we're live. This is Julien, Jean-Pierre from the Royal St.Lucian Seamoss Company, and we're doing another episode of Let's Talk About Seamoss. Today's Wednesday, August the 10th, 2022, and it's definitely been a long day, hump day, and so it's cool to kind of sit back and relax, and let's see who comes and wants to talk about Seamoss. I did pull up a couple files of some PDFs that I'm probably going to get into later. If you're on Instagram, you're not going to really be able to see them, although maybe I'll turn the camera around and show it to people so that they can see. But one of the things I want to discuss about tonight is really just how big this market is and how just how much Seamoss is actually being produced. And this Seamoss is all coming from certain areas, and I'm going to explore some of these certain areas and just give you sort of like an insight as to why there is so much Seamoss of certain types. People are always wondering, how is there so much of this what they call pool grown Seamoss? But my research has shown me that it's not pool grown in a pool. In fact, no one has ever been able to show or prove any sort of pool grown operation. And so these really are just large scale industrial systems coming from different countries. And one of the countries that I'll discuss in a bit is Indonesia, where I found a document discussing about a pilot project where they're looking at a certain site, and this is relatively small compared to what is being produced, and this one small site, they're producing so much Seamoss out of it. It's crazy. And so and they're selling it for like $1 a kilogram, $2 a kilogram. So you're wondering, how are they able to get this thing so cheap? It's just the sheer mass quantity of what they're producing and the scale of what they're producing. And here's the reality, or at least my belief of the reality, is that whenever you're producing anything on a large scale, it can never compare to the quality and craftsmanship of you doing it on a small scale by hand, or with little or no machine, and that's where most of the Seamoss coming from, say, Africa, the Caribbean and stuff, they're not being produced on a large industrial scale. So it's not easy. It's extremely difficult to get the cost low enough so that you could sell it for $2 a kilogram, which is crazy. That's less than $1 a pound. And so that's why you see them in these grocery stores at $3.99 a pound or $4 a pound. You know what I mean? $5 a pound. It's because the stuff is just so cheap because it's just mass produced on such a crazy level. But one of the things I want to make sure I do today, and that is go in and view the comments on the Facebook, because I'm always missing out on this comments. Thank you, Dimitri and Alexander. Comments hold on here. This is dope work. Keep up the good work, sir. Thanks. And I'm going to put a link in the chat there so that anybody wants to join me as a guest, you can join me and discuss this with me live. Sometimes it's easier to communicate when it's it's one-on-one, or it's easier to talk than it is to type. At least I find. So the floor is always open to come in, and anybody can come in and talk whatever questions they want, or whatever. This is really meant to be an open forum so that everybody can just learn. Each one teach one. And if you feel that you have information that you've learned and you want to share, I encourage you to come up and and share it. You know what I mean? I'm always going to treat it with the open mind. Found something up there. That being said, hold on a second. Usually in the right, I'm just responding to. I'm always working. I'm responding to the post I made earlier on my personal page about the health food store that we have. I was just telling people to find me out there. I tell them it just might save their life. But you know what's crazy? There's so much. I'm gonna learn so much there. There's so much stuff out there when it comes to like health and diet and like herbs and different medications, vitamins, like nutrient supplements. It's like it's insane. Like the options, like understanding like D, like getting enough D vitamins and having K vitamin to help uptake the D vitamin and all these different polysaccharides supplements you can get. And, we have a whole wide range of like essential oils and stuff like that. So that when you're doing like a guy came in today, he was doing acupuncture and he had some issues. And, the homeopath that the doctor, whoever prescribed the stuff, told them to get stuff like frankincense, lemongrass, and I had to get rosemary oil. We had all that stuff. Excuse me. And it's all like high grade pharmaceutical kind of grade stuff. It's like really high end quality products like NACA. And that's the biggest name I've seen, NACA. They're like doing things in the essential oil area. And got a lot of keto foods and stuff like that. And different proteins and stuff. And we got Seamoss. I got the Seamoss in there. Yeah. But not too many people know about Seamoss. And what's crazy, I was thinking about this earlier today. It's like I'm at the store and I always have to keep my mouth shut because like they're always describing their like issues and whatever. And I'm like, oh well, Seamoss I think should do that. Seamoss, you know what I mean? Because it's like no one knows Seamoss, no one understands it. And that's the thing when it comes to the business, your best tool is the knowledge that you can do the research. And like, yeah, you can watch me every week and I can spit out all this knowledge, but the best way to absorb and learn the knowledge is for you to research it yourself. You know what I mean? And to go out and look it. And if you're having trouble finding it on like by searching Seamoss, try searching seaweed because Seamoss really is seaweed. And a lot of the research on Seamoss is is done under the title seaweeds. So that's a little tip for you guys there if you want some help on how to find get better ways to research is to research for seaweeds instead of Seamoss. Let's see if there's any comments. What's up, Asa? I hope I'm pronouncing that wrong. Wrong, right? Long day. On those days. Been up since 6:30 a.m. I was at the warehouse by like 9:10. Worked at the warehouse till like 1:32. Then left the warehouse. Went to the store. Worked at the store from like 3:30 to 7. see if Yusuf's coming and join me. Yo, what's up, bro?
What's happening, man?
How you been? You look like you're at home.
Yeah, I'm at home. I might be going back out tomorrow, so.
Well, you look relaxed.
Huh?
You look relaxed. You look happy.
No. I've been moving all day. I've been moving everything in storage.
Uh-huh. Why, are you going somewhere?
What's going on, man? I ain't really been seeing nobody. Well, I really ain't been on it, to be honest.
I know I haven't seen you in a while. I mean, you pop in there once, you know.
Yeah.
Hold on, I'm just messaging someone the same.
Hold on, my headset not connecting.
Huh?
I was trying to get one of my headsets to connect, but it ain't working.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think I'm going to start trying to do the shows earlier, because I can't keep doing these after 9 late nights. I get too tired, and then also I have to work more often now. I don't know if you heard, but I got we bought a health food store.
Oh, right on, man. That's a big move.
Yeah, it's not a huge store. It's this, it's a decent little store. It's been around for like 30 years. The owner wanted to move and retire to Costa Rica, so he put it up for sale. I negotiated an amazing deal. It is so amazing I can't even discuss it. I don't even want him to hear that, like. But I'll say this: in the end, he's happy. I'm happy. We both got pretty much what we wanted out of it, and I see a great opportunity to grow something into an area I never thought. I'm learning a lot about like medicines and herbs and naturopaths. Like, we have a certified registered nutritionist, and then also a registered homeopathic doctor.
All right.
Yeah, so she's showing me about how they do all these different like organic compounds, and they put them together, and how they prescribe medicines based on these different elements that they piece together to help fuel your body. And like, she was showing me that, like, how a lot of our ailments are really just coming down to a lack of certain deficiencies and different vitamins and stuff like that. Yeah. So learning quite a bit.
Okay.
Yeah, it's really cool.
That's cool, man.
Yeah.
That's real cool.
Yeah, so what have you been up to?
He over here. He over here eating.
Oh, yeah, he's loving his treats. Look at him, he's right by his boy. You know what I mean? That's your sidekick.
He follow me everywhere, too.
I believe it. I believe it, man. So what else have you been up to? What's going on? Are you going to get into the Seamoss business or what? I know you're dangling on it.
You wouldn't believe.
What?
Last time I talked to you, so much stuff happened, bro.
Oh, really? Good stuff or bad stuff?
Bad stuff.
Oh, no. I'm sorry to hear that.
Just bad breaks.
Yeah, you don't even know where to begin. You don't have to go into it if you don't. Yeah.
I mean, I know what to expect now when it comes down to certain businesses, especially like, trucking and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't watch yourself, you end up but you end up just losing a lot of money. I end up losing a lot of money dealing with my truck. Like, I lost.
Yeah, a lot. I know, I can imagine. I've had those situations where you just, you know what I mean? You make a couple wrong moves. You didn't like.
I'm talking about a lot.
Yeah.
I lost a lot. You know, it's just messed up. Like I lost a lot. You know, like it's crazy because last time I talked to you, like it was a lot of stuff I was ready to do, and then the last time I talked to you, that's when like everything started like spiraling down.
Oh no.
You know, because I got rid of the truck I was leasing, but I might go back into leasing the other truck again. But I'll just do it a little different this time.
Well, sometimes these are lessons learned, you know what I mean? And
yeah,
I'll say this: I've been burnt a lot of times. I've lost a lot of money by doing foolish mistakes, doing stuff, dude. Like just the other day, I spent thousands of dollars on parking tickets, all because I was like in a feud with this. I'm a Taurus, so I get real stubborn and shit. And so I got in this big feud with this, like with the building management over this parking spot, and to defy them, I kept parking there, and dude, I got so like when I went to pay the thing, I was just like, why? You know what I mean? And just, but it's a lesson learned. You know what I mean? Like I can dwell on it or I can let it go. Like my advice to you is just focus on the solution. How do you get, you're in the hole or you did this, it happened. Like make sure you never make that mistake ever again, and then focus on learning how to get out of that hole. Because here's the thing, if you learn how to get out of that hole, then you're even more stronger now, because next time you get in that hole, you know what to do. Like I always say to people, it's not fucking up that's the problem, it's how you fix the problem that's important. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So you can fuck up all the time, but if you can fix it, then that was just a lesson. It was just an expensive lesson.
Yeah, like I know people don't cherish like you have to find the right people to trust, the right people to like deal with. But some people may not be as passionate as you, you know, are about stuff that you're doing.
No one's going to be as passionate as you unless they're equally invested in it. You know what I mean? Like if they don't have the same things on the line that you do, you can't expect them to be.
Yeah. So like I really learned that, because I'm like, nah, if I gotta do something and I want it done, I'm gonna do it myself.
Yep. Standing at the door like you want to go. What? Sorry, the dog. It was just bothering me. He's just like, I could see him at the door. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know how it is.
But yeah, I just know, you know, you can't put your trust in everybody, and I'm talking about even people that's kind of close to you or your kin folks. Sometimes you just, it ain't worth it.
Yeah.
It ain't worth it.
One of the things I do. Sorry, you want to finish what you're saying?
No, I was just saying it. So you just have to find the right people, because like I believe people can do it themselves. A lot of things, be successful by themselves, because but I feel like once you get to a certain level, you need to build a team, and that's the thing. If you don't have the right team, it ain't gonna work. Ain't gonna work.
I agree. I think one of the keys to building the team is not knowing, but how do you say it? Like, I think it was Gary Vee says, like, he hires fast and fires even faster. You know what I mean? Like, you don't hang on to people. Like, a second it's not working out, it's not working out. Sorry, boom, bam. One of the things I do when I initially meet people, almost subconsciously, is I almost give them full freedom to do whatever they want. And I just watch them and see what they do. Like I will do things where it's kind of like, I'll give them information or stuff where it's like, people would be like, are you crazy? Why would you get that? That's the keys to the kingdom. You know what I mean? Because I want to give you the test or put the things in your hand first to see how you handle it. Because I believe if you give someone enough rope, they're going to hang themselves. And so the sooner you find out that these people are not worthy, the sooner you can cut them out. your circle.
Yeah, that's just what I'm realizing. Like a lot of people, you have to cut out.
Mm-hmm.
Like really, you have to cut out a lot of people, even if it's your family, friends, whoever it is. You have
Mm-hmm.
to cut them out. You know, sometimes if you keep trying to help somebody or hold on to people, that shit hurts you in the long run. Like it really hurts you in the long run.
Totally.
But that's things I'm just finding out. Things I'm really coming to things I'm really accepting right now. It's how certain individuals are.
Yeah. It's tough, you know what I mean? Especially when you're wishing that your own family, you know what I mean? I don't know. I'm lucky. I'm pretty blessed. Like my brother is like my fucking like ride or die guy. Like, you know what I mean? I know, like, you know what I mean? I've had some pretty good friends, but then people fuck up, you know what I mean? Like I said, but then you develop a taste of knowing when they're gonna fuck up or how they're gonna fuck up. And like I said, I let people do what they want, and then I accept them for who they are. And if they're fuck ups, they're fuck ups. In some ways, I kind of say to them, like, bro, you're gonna fuck it up. You always do. Like, you know what I mean? When you're ready not to be a fuck up anymore, then I'll give you another chance. But at the same time, like, you're not ready. You're not ready. You know what I mean? Like sometimes you got to give them a chance to show to them that they're not ready yet. You know what I mean? But you got to be careful on how you give them that chance, because you give them too much freedom too soon, they're going to, like, no one's going to treat your business the same way that you treat your own business, right? You know what I mean? Because it's not theirs.
Yeah. Exactly.
That's a fact.
Yeah, like that's things that I'm figuring out. Like,
trust me, I have a cousin. Like, I love my cousin, bro, but you have no idea. Like, even today, I had to leave the warehouse because I was going nuts in my head because I'm paying this guy to work. Do you know what I mean? And like, he shows up like 2 hours after I'm there, like just strolls in, like, oh, I'm here today. You know what I mean? And then proceeds to like take 45 minutes, half an hour before he starts working. And at one point, I turned to him. I'm like, "Do you need me to give you something to do? Like your job? Like, what the fuck? The orders are sitting there."
Sometimes I think I'm too much of a hard worker when it comes down to what I do. Working for different businesses, I feel like I overdo it, and I feel like I shouldn't do that anymore, because I'm the type of person, when I used to go to work, get everything done then. And I noticed I'm the one getting treated like shit. Because I'm like, what do you mean I don't have nothing to do? I was like, I'm doing everything. I was like, I know it's people they used to come to me. I'm like, damn, like you messing with me, but you're not messing with the guys that's not doing nothing.
Yeah.
I'm like, I never understood that. Like I feel like I put too much into certain stuff, and I just see, I don't know. Like, that's how I feel. I'm like, man, I just feel like if I work for somebody, or if I work, period, I always kind of overdo it. I always constantly work. So, like, I still don't understand. I don't know. I guess people just, I don't like working with people. Like,
no.
I don't like working with people.
Well,
I'd rather work.
Yeah.
Alone.
Do you think?
I just know that, because, I used to work in kitchens, man. Running kitchens and working in kitchens, that shit's hell.
I know.
That's hell.
I know. I've done almost like every job, bro. Maybe not trucking, but I used to be a Chinese chef. Like, I used to work in a Chinese restaurant cooking Chinese food. Like, I know how to make like egg foo young, and I can man a wok badass. Like,
that's something I never
Yeah.
That's something I never learned how to do.
Yeah. I worked in a Chinese food restaurant. I was doing that when I was 16. Bro, I used to do crazy things at a young age. Like at 15, I was like running my own like after hours like underage fucking keg parties. Yeah, like crazy shit. You know what I mean? Making money on that, renting halls and doing all. Anyways, I don't want to get into that, but I forgot what we were talking about.
Let me click off and come back on because my mic isn't working.
All right.
I can hear you, but the mic, I can't hear through my mic.
Yeah, you can hear yourself.
Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, hold on.
Better?
Yeah, I'm trying to make it go through my mic. Hold on.
Let me talk. Let's see if there's any comments in the discussion. Let's see what people are saying. So Asha says, I was telling a guy about Seamoss and he asked what are the certification to get into selling Seamoss. I don't think he was referring to custom, but like if you need anything to sell it as a health supplement, if that makes sense. If you started once, you can start again. Feel whatever you have to for the moment, then clear the energy and allow the answers to come to you as you move forward. That's true. Hey, what's up, Randy? I don't know if you're still watching, but you should click the link above and join me to talk about your Seamoss. Well, actually, I remember you said you're not totally ready yet to talk about your Seamoss. But, oh, and thank you about the store. I got to come visit because everything you're describing is what I imagine my store having someone there for consultations. Nice. So you don't need to get any certification to start selling Seamoss. You just need to have a certain knowledge, I believe. I mean, even to sell regular supplements, you don't need any certifications and stuff like that. I mean, people do have certain facilities and, you know, standards and stuff that they have, but, you know, yeah, it's not sort of like a full requirement in order to sell supplements that you need to have a certification, at least not that I'm aware of. You know what I mean? There's lots of people selling different types of homemade supplements and stuff like that. But like I said, one would want to be somewhat certified in an area in order to be able to, you know, market their product. I hope that makes sense. Justice for Trump. Yeah, I'm gonna put you on locked user. See if any of the comments come in. Let's see if Yusuf comes back. But yeah, it really sucks for him that you know, things were going not so good. I mean, it's tough when you're trying to build a team and to find the right players and, you know what I mean, the right people. But like I was saying earlier, it's in my opinion, it's better to just fire really fast. You know what I mean? If it's not working out, then you cut them out, or you know, you put them on a timeout, let them know, and you're careful about what you know, how much you trust these people. You know what I mean? How much leverage you give them or how much access you give them to your business, because it is your business. It's like your baby. You know what I mean? Would you just give your baby up to anybody? You know what I mean? Would you let anybody look at them? No. You know what I mean? You got to make sure that the people that you entrust with something that you've worked so hard for are going to respected and stuff like that. And when you get these people, you got to make sure you treat them good. You know what I mean? Once they've proven themselves. But don't always try to make something work for the sake of making it work. You know, like, it's gotta be worth it. You know, but people are gonna fuck up. That's a reality. You know what I mean? You can't stop your business, or you can't like, um, you know what I mean? You can't stop the train, or you know what I mean? Not go out and continue to operate because you had a few setbacks. That's part of the business. You know what I mean? That's part of um, being an entrepreneur is being able to overcome these kind of like moments in time where you get set back. And what do you do, and how do you handle it? Because these are all lessons to help you build yourself as you grow. Because as you deal with these problems, you're gonna have bigger problems, more money, more problems, right? So you're gonna have bigger problems to deal with, And if you don't develop a skill on how to work through, or just be positive through these low points, it's gonna be harder when the valleys are deep. You know? So I hope that you'll be able to get out of it and find some better opportunities, like I don't know, make some gains on where he had setbacks. Right? I know he's a smart guy. But I know it's tough too because like he was saying earlier, he always seems to be putting in 150% and still getting targeted. And I always wondered why that is. You know what I mean? Like, how do these guys that are like not doing so well, or they're not putting as much effort in, how they're able to slip by? You know what I mean? And it's almost like it's kind of like, I think in some ways people expect something to be a certain way, but the reality is it's another way. And so these guys are able to trick whoever the supervisor, whoever's watching, into making it look like they're up to, they're doing things well, but then in reality they're not. You know what I mean? Like, they're good chameleons, or they're good at um, deflecting the attention away from them. And maybe that's, I mean, they're deflecting it onto Yusuf, and then that's how they get seen. I don't know. You know what I mean? But I do know that that's a common thing where a lot of guys that work hard, they the second they're not working or whatever, they're the first ones to get picked on, or the first ones to get sort of singled out. And you know, it's not right. You know what I mean? But what do you do? There's a lot of things that are not right in this world, but how, what do you do when you come across that situation? We can't right all the wrongs. That's a fact. So who's watching? Let's see if there's any comments. What's up, Kirby? I wonder if you can to be able to. Yeah. I sent the link there for everybody. Yes, Asha, definitely the truth always comes to light. You know what I mean? That's why I'm always honest, because in the end, you can't hide from the truth. Like, the truth always comes out. And in some ways, it's better to be known for just being honest than it is for someone. I don't know. I'd rather be known for being that guy that's straight up honest, and than someone who, oh, I don't know if you could trust this guy or whatever. Yeah, man. I've never had a, how do you say it? I've never regretted telling the truth. I've always felt good knowing that I was like, even though things didn't work out for me, in the end it was kind of like because I know when people are lying to me, and people lie to me a lot of times, and a lot of times I don't tell them that they're lying to me. You know what I mean? I keep it to myself, and so I don't want to be that guy who's foolishly believing that everybody's, because once you start getting down that train of lying, it just builds. You know what I mean? And I've watched people do it where to the point where they build up their life as such a lie that nothing around them is real anymore. And it's just not worth it. Nothing's more embarrassing, and I really don't really get embarrassed a lot, but nothing is more embarrassed than being exposed. You know what I mean? When you haven't told the truth, and you've been lying, and the person says, "I got you. Look, see, here's the proof." Hey, that is, like, if anything, one of the number one reasons why I just tell the truth is because I don't want someone pointing to me and just say, because at least I can say, well, this is the truth as I know it. And, you know what I mean? I didn't deceive anybody. You know what I mean? So I don't know. That's a little bit about me. Hmm. So hang on, I'm gonna go grab a slice, and then I'm gonna pull up some PDFs that I loaded up on Seamoss, and I'm just gonna talk about the. I'll show you some data on the capacity that the country of Indonesia has for Seamoss. It's pretty insane. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. I'm back. Ugh, we stuck around. No one wanted to wait for the commercial break. What's so funny? I don't know what it is, Kirby. I do. I always get hungry when I'm doing the live. I'm always eating on the live. So let me pull up. I should have left the data here for you guys to watch, and then went and grabbed my pizza. And it's funny because the whole time I'm talking, the back of my mind, all I could think about was this homemade pizza that my family made today. So I'm like, oh man, I want to eat that pizza. So take a quick look to show you guys here what I'm talking about. This is the Indonesia seaweed pilot project. This is from some organization put this little deck together to show you the Seamoss. I don't know if you can read that. I don't know. It's hard to read on the screen, so I'll read it. But that's just the table of contents talking about the different sections and stuff. So I'll skip that. And here's the thing I wanted to talk about. Okay, so 40% of Indonesia's national fishery production is seamoss. Okay, that's huge, right? In the whole country, out of their national output of food or like fisheries, 40% of it is seamoss. That's close to half, right? Indonesia is the second largest global producer of seaweed, with a 38.7% share of global production. .7%. So that's like, you know what I mean? More than like, you know what I mean? Like, that's almost half. You know what I mean? That's that's more than 1/3 of the production, you know, is seamoss. 1 out of 3 pounds of seamoss sold is coming from Indonesia. Now here they're going on about the potential. The marine cultivation of 12 million hectares, only 4% of this is currently utilized. That's insane, you know what I mean? So in Indonesia, who produces 40%, almost 40% of the world's supply, uses only 4% of their available like area for farming for seamoss. And as you can see, the end use is different foods, fertilizer, pharmaceuticals, biofuels, animal feed, additives. There's gelling, you know. I need to do that. Oh, this one is good. Yeah, so biofuels, pharmaceuticals, moderator for ocean acidification. I don't know how I get my this fucking program. Anyways, let's forget about that. Here's some of the areas that they're talking about doing it in. This is a 50-acre pilot project that this whole thing's about in that region. It was cool. So it's like provide local community-based food production, reimagine the fishermen of the future as restorative farmers, build a new blue economy and bring jobs to coastal communities, reduce carbon emissions and provide net carbon sequestration, provide education to local communities to sustainable agriculture and financial inclusion, empower and enable climate resilience in coastal communities, improve fish stocks and restore marine ecosystems, enable transparent, ethical, and environmentally friendly supply chains, empowered community dependent. So these are all the things that farming Seamoss will do for their community. So it is potential 86,000 tons of CO2 emissions averted. Wow, based on a 20-yard hectare. So it says climate resilient crops, genetically engineered seedlings for hatchery of seedlings, polycapture, opportunity to produce milkfish and shrimp as byproduct of artificial reef system, to monitor remote sensors to monitor surface temperatures and water, supply chain traceability, improve practices, this is where they lose me. Blockchain, partnership with Blockshare to improve financial services through like they always try to throw these like fancy shit into it. Like, you could have just kept it simple. You had to like mess it up by adding like crypto to it. That's my view. There's some of the partners. So here's one of the projected results. This is crazy. So that 16 hectares is going to produce 4,800 tons of Seamoss, 250 jobs. You know what I mean? That's going to be 1.6 million dollars. Farmers' earnings at $2. Those farmers earning to $2 a kilogram. That is so crazy. So this is why you're seeing a flood of the Seamoss that looks like fake in the market. It's because there's countries like Indonesia and stuff, and there's nothing wrong with this Seamoss. You know what I mean? They're just producing it at a commercial scale, so the product is cheaper. And it's not. And I'm not trying to throw shade at them, but I mean, we have to be honest. It's not going to be the same as. It's like making something with the machine is not going to be the same always as making something by hand. You know. And I think that's where the difference is between Seamoss that we think is real and Seamoss that we're calling is fake. Because I know this too. And this is why I say I still think it's good Seamoss, is that most people that have first tried Seamoss, they've tried that stuff. Do you know what I mean? They've had what they called fake Seamoss, and they still got results from it. You know what I mean? So how is it bad? You know what I mean? It's just not. And I don't want to say it's not good quality, but it's like the value you get for the Seamoss, I don't believe is the same, because the Seamoss needs to be dried out more. And here's the thing: you can order the Seamoss from them more dried. And I know people that are selling the Seamoss from Indonesia and from Asia and stuff like that. It's good Seamoss. You know what I mean? It's just not the same as the Caribbean Seamoss, in my opinion, at least. You know what I mean? Because those that have an option to get the Caribbean Seamoss that are good quality, they'll pick that hands down. You know? But these guys, their market is, in my opinion, is different. It's not the same market. You know what I mean? They're going for like all these cosmetics and all these like, you know, people that are going to take it and like strip it for the carrageenan and like do extractions and shit. So I don't know. But It was a cool. It's still interesting to look at. I actually have another document. I haven't even read this book yet. I have to get into it, but it's really cool. Seaweed: A Global History. Randy, he says not the same as Toku Caribbean. He loves that Toku, you know? Yeah. Oh, this is fine. Thought I had it on the page here. There. Sorry, I'm just reading some of this stuff. Here's something that says, what is seaweed? Seaweeds, a marine form of algae, are found in all the Earth's oceans, in all climate zones, from the warm seas of the tropics to the cold water of the Arctic and Antarctic. Yet they remain something of a mystery. The global distribution of seaweeds has not been comprehensively mapped. The full details of their habitats are unknown. Their taxonomy classification is incomplete, and their biodiversity is yet not understood. But they are reckoned to be about 10,000 kinds of seaweeds in the world. They're essential to the life of the planet. Although the number, although we think the oxygen we breathe, hold on, let me go back here. Although we think the oxygen we breathe comes from land plants, marine algae of all sizes provide some 70% of the planet's oxygen supplies through photosynthesis and absorb a huge amount of atmospheric carbon dioxide. And as noted by Darwin, seaweeds play a fundamental role in marine ecosystems, providing food and shelter for many marine organisms and for the people and animals that live on them. One of nature's curiosities, seaweeds, like mushrooms, are neither plant nor animal. Well, clearly not animals. Seaweeds do not have seeds, fruits, or specialized vesicular systems of plants. Instead, seaweeds draw in nutrients from the sea directly through their surfaces. Seaweeds are usually divided by color into three groups: red, about 7,000 species; brown, about 2,000 species; and green, 1,000 species. Many of these have been eaten and used by people around the world in varied ways in different periods of history. A number are known today by their Japanese names, reflecting the fact that Japanese pioneered the commercial growing and promotion of edible seaweeds in the modern era. Red seaweed, the largest and most varied of the groups, includes some of the most best known edible seaweeds, such as nori, of which there are more than 60 kinds; dulse. This group also includes Condorus crispus, commonly known as carrageenan, Garcilaria, and Euchinima, along with Gargitia, and along with Glinium and Garcilaria, all of which have natural gelling properties. Brown seaweeds include the edible kelp family, which flourishes in cold waters, many of which can be eaten. Varieties include Laminera, known as Kumu in Japan, and anyways, these different ones in China, blah blah blah. Green seaweed, the smallest of the groups, prime among them. The sea lettuce is relatively delicate and is found in calm waters close to the shores of temperate zones. Some seaweeds are eaten or used only within small geographical areas in highly specialized ways. dictated by the constraints of local cuisines and customs. Others are consumed and used around the world to an extent that is not widely appreciated. So red and brown seaweeds are the source of polyalkaloids, commercial extracts which disperse when they are added to a liquid or paste, causing it to thicken, stabilize, emulsify, clarify, or gel. These properties make them indispensable to the modern mass market processed food industry, which is literally held together by um, polysaccharides. The idea of using seaweeds as a source of commercial gelatin is not new. It was its potential was spotted by Sir Joseph Banks at the beginning of the 19th century, but no one then could have imagined the extent to which it is now used. So there's so much I can go into reading that. You could go and just read it, read it, read it. I think I'm going to have to read this all day. It's really interesting. It tells us about how the sea moss has been used in the foods and stuff. How it's been known to be a medicine for a long time. I'm gonna have to go back and read this more. It's not good to read this live, but there's some really good information about seaweeds in general. Everybody should be keeping notes. You know, you're not gonna get that. Read the products of the land, eat more fish, they feed themselves. There's so much. It's not a link, Yusuf. It's a PDF. I'll email you the PDF later. Um, I'll show you what it looks like though. I think I got it from that same PDF drive that you showed me, but it's called. Is there a way to go to the main page? It is called. Let me get back here. The title of the book is Seaweed: A Global History by Kenori O'Connor. It's called the Edible Series. So I guess there's stuff about edible, like probably ones that are not edible. 192 pages. It's a lot of information in the book. Like he's even talking about how Greeks have been eating seaweed in Arabic medicine and warfare. Seaweed mud mask. Seaweed in Japan. Yeah, Japan has a big history with seaweed. Nori sheets. It's like I'm zoning out, guys. Sorry, I gotta put this book away. But there's so much here. It's like, wow. They're talking about like life seaweed in Korea, seaweed in China, seaweed in Japan, seaweed in the Pacific and the Americas. They gotta have it like in the Caribbean. I wonder what they say about the seaweed in the Caribbean. Mm-hmm. Hawaiians have it. Filipinos. New England, they're talking about it. Cape Cod. Now they're getting into else. They got to talk about it in the Caribbean. They skip the Caribbean. I'm going to call foul. Like I almost want to go through it just to see if we're mentioned there. They mention everything else. New England. Maybe I missed it. They're talking about the Caribbean. They have cookies and breads. Seaweed in Scandinavia. Yeah, see. Seabird nest. Yeah, I've seen that as a food in the Asian countries. Let me see if I can even pull that up as a page. Was it seabird nest? The seabird nest recipe. So Asha, send me an email or message me afterwards, and I'll send you the document. But answering to some people's comment, I'm gonna look up the seabird nest and show pictures. They just need to join me on the live stream here. I'm just not sitting there talking to myself. Boom, bam. What was I doing? Oh, yes, bird nest. That was it. I was getting to.
Sell online and grow your business with Wix e-commerce.
You know what? I don't want to do YouTube because I think you can get in a lot of trouble if you play other people's videos on your live stream. Let me see if I can get some images of it. Well, they just call it seabird's nest. I thought it was like they did something to make it a seabird's nest. You know, it's just Eukinema. They eat this like a stack. Okay. Mm-hmm. Oh, this is signature market Eukinema seaweed or Eukinema cottoniana, and sometimes called seabird's nest, is a wonderful seaweed that is full of natural nutrients that are very healing. This seaweed is great for healing inflammation, arthritis, lowering cholesterol, and preventing and healing DNA damage. Plus, it may be possible low-cost food source for feeding all the hungry people in the world. Country of origin, Philippines. Improves thyroid, good diuretic, GI tract. Interesting. Interesting. Oh, you know, I wasn't even. I'm looking at it, and I'm not even showing you guys the thing. Let me go to what I was sharing. I'm so horrible. There, seabird nest. Yeah, I was watching that the other day, Randy, about the bird nest where they do it the saliva, and the guys are risking their their health or their health, like risking themselves to join me on the they're risking themselves get the bird's nest. So I just dropped the link to join the live there, Kirby. If you're still there. Ugh. I gotta get a stand for that phone, man. I get tired of holding it up after a while. Yeah, that's a seabird. So a lot of people know. It's not like only I mean, only Caribbean culture just know about this, or only people that follow Dr. Save. Like people around the world have been eating sea moss for a long time. There's nothing new. You know what I mean? This stuff has been known. It's like only you guys are just finding it out now. You know, that's why it seems new to you. But it's not new to the world. It may be new to North America. You know? But they've been making soup out of this for like such a long time. What's up? What, how you doing?
What's up, everybody? What's going
I'm there, you know, just chilling on the back deck, You
Yeah,
know?
yeah. Holding it down over there.
Yeah, trying to keep this show going. I think next week though, I'm gonna do it earlier. I'm gonna do it from the store, and I'm gonna start at like 7 o'clock
Yeah,
because I've been doing it too late. You know what I mean?
yeah. I tell you that much. Like by the time you go live, he's late. He's pretty late up in there.
Yeah, I know. Sometimes I start at like 11 o'clock.
I know.
But it's
What's happening? I had to come in and say what's up to everybody, and
Yeah.
excited, man. So hopefully, I don't know. I'm trying to see my screen because it looks. Guess I'm in the Restream studio.
Mm-hmm.
So all I can see is just me. Like, hold on. How? Well, I guess they can see me. It's no need for me to be able to see the comments and stuff, I guess. But
Yeah, you know what? Something I gotta go message Restream because I'm not seeing a lot of the comments. I can put it on the screen here, but even when I was talking to you, I had to go open up a separate window to put the comments in because no one's really like their comments aren't showing up. And even before I did the show, I reset it everything. Like I removed the Facebook, added it in, and still the problem's there. So,
wow.
I don't know, technical glitch. It is what it is.
Now, going on over there in Canada, man. How's everything? I know you got the store today, man. It looks real natural, like you belong there, man. So
Yeah, it's crazy. Getting used to like, dude, there's a lot of process. So the guy who used to own the shop was a cop. So everything there's so much fucking paperwork I gotta do. Like I'm doing like an hour of paperwork and closing and opening and all this forms I gotta fill out, spreadsheets, and I'm just like, oh. But the one thing I realized the other day it's gonna do is that, like, for the longest time, not to say that I was running St. Lucian Seamoss by like a hustle, but like I was just running it. You know what I mean? Like, you know, I paid the bills, I did this. I wasn't really tracking things. I wasn't doing it because I was just more focused on building the market or building the business, right? No, Yusuf, I'm not on Clubhouse. I don't have I gotta get a new device so that I can do Clubhouse at the same time. Unfortunately, can't do it on this. He's asking me if we're on Clubhouse because sometimes that's easier for people to talk to on it. I don't know. But yeah, so getting back to saying, like, I wasn't doing a lot of the data collection. And so now I'm starting to see in this business how important it is. And like I'm like, oh, wait a minute, I could be losing money and not realizing it because I'm not tracking enough of the stuff. You know what I mean? Like I don't even know the percentage of how much, like if I send money down there, how much CMOS do I actually get back? You know what I mean?
Right.
Idea. Yeah. So it's okay. You know what I mean? It's just gonna help me get more organized, and that's I think gonna help really when it comes to scaling, because then I can learn, I can take the systems that I'm learning here and apply them to the other business and then hire people to run it. And I think that's probably where. So, yeah.
Yep.
But this
And you
awesome.
You earn. It's like you earn. I talked to like even just reflecting back at from when we start. Well, I know for me when I started in this space, with this specific product, like I can see how far I'm in the last 3.5 years, and just in business, like it's a lot of different. It's a lot. When you're putting that hat on in your business, you're the marketer, you're the business owner, who's taking the orders, you're the one that's fulfilling it. It's a lot of things that goes into running a company and scale, even just to scale it, business and not work in your business, there's a lot of different things that takes, even just sometimes, looking at how long, this, like, if I was a consumer on the other side, I think that people could, the transparency and actually cut their time in half compared to mistakes that we had to literally just go and do and grow and go through, the way some of the things that has been said by other business owners along this, we applied it to their own system. You know what I mean? Because I may think it's not real, but ups and downs in business is real, and saving time and being able to save time is the most important thing. If you can, someone that has accomplished things that you want to accomplish, I highly recommend information from those people that's going to help you grow in those areas. That's just my opinion. It's like, if you see somebody doing something that you're trying to accomplish, work with information and find out what is it that they're doing that's working.
Yeah. But at the same time, you have to know too that even though what works for them might not work for someone else. Like, I can sit there and teach you everything that I did, and you could do what I did, and because you're doing it differently than the way, you will never do it the same way that I'm doing it. Do you know what I mean? And so this is where I've been kind of like thinking a lot about stuff like what makes people successful in a group. Why do some people succeed and other, like, because you can take a course, right, and out of, say, 50 people, only 10 of those people are going to really succeed on that course. Why is that? Do you know what I mean? Is it because the course was bad? Was it the person that was bad, or what? And I feel like a lot of times it's very difficult for one person to develop a course or teach someone something that applies to everybody in all situations, right? And so no matter what course you take, you have to go with the mind that this person is teaching you their experience. Your experience may not result in their experience, although you can learn from their experience and apply it to yours. You almost have to know yourself enough to know where you need to make those adjustments. Do you know what I mean? Like, you can't blindly go in and just copy this person and expect, unless you do exactly everything that they did the way they did it, which is, it can be challenging, you know what I mean? But what I think is most important, or the way you can fill in those gaps in those areas, is by developing desire. This is something that I'm realizing, is that desire is the fuel of everything. And you need to have this desire to really sort of, like, it's the desire that's going to push you to go. Sorry, and could you say that again? My apologies. Yeah, sorry. It's the desire that's going to push you. Sorry?
I say Siri is always listening.
Yeah. But what I was trying to say is, it's the desire that's going to push you to want to learn all this stuff in whatever course that you take, or whoever that's doing stuff, right? It's that desire that's going to do that, and it's the desire that's going to take the information you get from these people and figure out a way to make it apply to you. It's like, if you don't have that desire, you're not going to follow through even with some of the tasks that these people do, you know what I mean, that they give you. Because you can say to someone, go open up a Facebook, go do this, go do that, and if they're not gung-ho and excited to do it, if they don't have that desire, you know what I mean?
Right.
They're going to find you know what I mean? As soon as a roadblock comes up, or someone calls them to go out on the town, they're going to fold like a deck of cards and forget about their business. Do you know what I mean? Like, how do you stop yourself from allowing the little, like, small things in the world that set you off of the course from doing your business? Do you mean? That's one of my biggest challenges in life, is how do I, like, separate myself from what I need to do and what eliminate all the distractions. You know what I mean?
So, earlier you was like, when you were talking about the Seamoss from Indonesia, like you was saying, like, yeah, you know, they got the Seamoss from Indonesia, you know, pretty much all works the same. No, man, I disagree with that, man. Like,
Okay.
like I kind of disagree with that a little bit. You
Fair
know,
enough. Why do you disagree with that?
Look, so this is what probably the Seamoss like this is probably what it looks like. Like,
Mm-hmm.
you know, this is the most is that type that everybody's like,
Mm-hmm.
you know, considered the fake moss, or like, you know, the one, you know, this is it at the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, like, don't get me wrong, like it, like most definitely, you most definitely, like, I'm not discrediting like that feel, but I just different experience, man. Like I think it's a way different experience from I like personally, you know, I felt a different experience quality to like something that's like this quality, you know, as far as like the experience. I think it's more so like how can it's like from the start to the end, like from the blending, like, you know, you don't get the same amount of product out of it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so it's not if I was to sit here like and make this versus this, I'm going to get more gel out of this.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
Agreed.
But I do think that it definitely changes the of your product. Like there's a big color, like when I first, because I spent a lot of time in the beginning and seeing the difference in products when I was making different Seamoss.
Mm-hmm.
And I can say that honestly, like, smell of my gel to the pureness of my gel down to even locks up, it's like a really big different experience.
Yep, I agree.
I feel like if it like and especially with me being more in like, I'm super cautious on just sourcing Seamoss or any products that were people, you know what I mean, like I you know, like, and that's just my personal use, you know, like difference in quality.
Mm-hmm.
In my opinion, and I think people are scared to really, like, me personally, like I call it how I see it. I think, like, because we're in that space sometimes, we're like, we don't want to bad mouth, man, fuck that shit, like, you know what I mean, because there's a lot of people getting away. No, for real, like, I'm scared. It's like,
yeah,
huh?
No, sorry, I don't mean to cut you off, but I just want to say, like, I'm not saying that they're equal. And in fact, if you listen to me closely, I draw the comparison, right? I am trying to be sort of diplomatic in the sense, but the reality is that it's like, imagine comparing Crow's Light to a homemade craft beer.
Mm-hmm.
They're
Right.
Right? They're both going to get you drunk, right? But you, as a person who's tasted certain Seamosses, are not comfortable going to that level. But that's not to say that someone can't try that Seamoss. You know, it's almost like those that have a discerning taste wouldn't like that Seamoss, right? I agree with that, right? But that's not to say that Seamoss is garbage and it's horrible. It's just that when one develops an acquired taste or an experience with Seamoss, you tend to go, it's like choosing a different taste of wine as you go through the experience, you know what I mean? And so I agree with you that, like, my main problem, and this is like, you show me that Seamoss, I don't care what country it's from, I'm looking at the Seamoss as the Seamoss. That Seamoss is too wet, so it's too thick. So you're not going to get the same yield as you would get with the drier stuff. And to me, that's the number one reason not to buy it, right? Forget about the quality. Forget about the thing. It's just not dollar for dollar. It's not equal. Do you know what I mean? If you were to dehydrate that a little more, then it's a kind of comparison. But at this point, you're comparing apples to oranges.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, like for me, you know, like I'm at that always trying to encourage people to get out there, experience sea moss. But at this, I do that. You know, I do want people to have a fair understanding different about, you know, different types of sea moss or like different qualities, because like a lot of the time when people are comparing their bad experience with sea moss, this is not saying that this is a fact, but most of the time they're talking about the experience from this sea moss, where it's like someone made them a product and it was disgusting, or you know, product where they're like, oh, I had this super bad experience with sea moss, and this is the reputation in this sense, is that a lot of people are getting that reputation of experience being a bad taste or this, that, and the third, but it from even starting out with this type of sea moss. You know what I mean? Like this is that fine line is starting to happen where it's like, you know, I'm having a bad experience. Most part, I do think that like you get what you pay for, you know, and some all, because some people are jacking up the prices and still selling you like this type of quality. Like, and I was on the recipient side of this very early on in my business. You know what I mean? I had a guy sell me a whole bunch of this. You know what I mean? So I mean, I understand what it means to be on that other. You know, I do think that in anything, it's almost like if you had a bad experience, like, you know, chances is you kind of didn't do it. If you really had that bad experience in sea moss, it's almost, it's just like sex. Like, hey, you knock time bad doesn't mean that sex is bad. It's just like, hey, let me try again. It's gonna be terrible. No. Right, and that's kind of how it is with sea moss. It's like, you know, you just gotta have your own. It's like, oh, you're not doing it right, you know. So it's like I'm encouraging people to go out there and just until you find what fits you and keep. Because if I would have quit early, I don't feel like I would have been able to ascend in an area where I was getting better sea moss, different ways to maximize it. You know what I mean? So it's like to like definitely go out there and put information so that way you're not being condensed into a small bubble of that one, and now you're telling everybody else, I had this bad experience with sea moss, and you know, like it's like go out to the education, you know, keep going there and experiencing. You know, that's like my trying to get into that sea moss world.
No, I agree, and I agree that in a lot of ways, this lower quality sea moss opens the doors for people to have bad experiences and stuff. You know what I mean? I don't know, but I guess to me, I don't want to like go on and say this is the bad sea moss, because listen, some people like cheeseburgers. Do you know what I mean? I like steak. I eat filet mignon. I wouldn't eat a cheeseburger. Do you know what I'm saying? But some people do. And is it right that I shit on all those people that take it and like it? You know what I mean? I wouldn't use it. I wouldn't sell it. You know what I mean? I wouldn't sell it to the people that I sell it. But that's my opinion. You know, like this is what I was saying earlier. Like there's no, how do you develop a criteria to base on to judge all sea mosses? You know what I mean? And you can't say just because that sea moss came from that area that's what it's going to be like. That's the way that farmer handled that sea moss. Because I can show you sea moss in other countries that look exactly like that. Do you know what I mean? Does that mean like, so I guess what I'm trying to say is like, you can't look at these countries and say, oh, because it's from Indonesia, it's shit. Do you know what I mean?
Right,
no,
yeah.
But there is a lot of shit sea moss coming from Indonesia. That I agree with.
Yeah, I feel what you're saying. Yeah. But then, like, just like I said, in general, I just think that there's a big difference in just in that even
Bro.
when talking to people, like a lot of people are constantly asking questions in Seamoss, and my main thing is like there's a ton of information out there. It's about the transformation. Like it comes. What is it that you're looking to get out of this experience?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? I think that everybody starts with that being the number one of what it is that they're looking in transformation. Help guide them to like how they need to maximize it, where they need to go. That will kind of in a way where they can learn how to maximize whatever it is they're looking to maximize it from. That's my opinion, but I wouldn't, act like all of the because I feel like some people is in that space where we, but nah, it's a difference. You know what I mean? There's a big difference. Like everything's to come back down to the experience, and I believe that, an experience is everything. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, get out there, source yourself to if you, and it's all about how conscious are for what you put into your body from the purity at the handling that. I'm a conscious person, so I want to make sure that stuff into my body, I want to make sure that it from water to my house. You know what I'm saying? So, and I think that if people have a more better genuine understanding of, they will understand more so of like different things of weed and how it's been used in pharmaceutical ways and just a lot of different ways. But I'm always just encouraging everybody to go out there and just start somewhere with Seamoss, man. Like, it's changed everything from just how it's changed my life drastically.
Huge.
Seamoss has changed. So if you're watching this, get out there and get you some Seamoss. Get out there, start somewhere.
Bro, you know what's so crazy?
Don't start here like me, all right? Do not be like me.
What's so crazy is being at this, I mentioned this earlier, being at the health food store, right? Like these customers will come up and say, "Oh, I have this problem, I have this issue." And like I'm standing behind the counter and I'm having to like bite my lip because every 2 minutes I want to say, "Well, that's Seamoss is good for that." And Seamoss.
Yeah.
It's like Seamoss is good for everything. But I would tell the girl afterwards when they left, I say, if it was me, I'd tell them to take Seamoss. And they're like, really? Seamoss does? Yeah, I'm like, yeah, Seamoss helps with constipation. Seamoss helps with inflammation. Seamoss helps with this and da-da-da-da-da. Men's libido. You know what I mean? Bro, some people spend a lot of money on vitamins. It's crazy how much like money there is in vitamins and supplements and stuff like that. Like,
it is. It's a lot of. It's a lot. Like some like supplements and things is a really good industry, and it's a nice industry with it.
And one of the things that I've learned or realized or come to realize being in this space now is that we in the Seamoss space, we're not doing enough to really educate those that are taking the Seamoss. We don't fully understand the product as much as we should. Like I know a lot, you know a lot, but look at all these other people that are selling that don't know a lot, and they don't know information beyond what is sort of like generally available. Like they're not really set, you know what I mean? Like Seamoss has polysaccharides. You know how much money I'm seeing, like they're selling pills, like to get these like isolated polysaccharide vitamins or whatever. It's like $80 for like a 30, you know what I mean, a month's supply for this stuff. You know what I mean? And the stuff is coming in Seamoss, and you can get it. You know what I mean? $50 of Seamoss will last you like 3 months. You know what I mean? Well, maybe not you. It might last you 3 weeks, Kirby. But you know, other people, you know, they're not taking as much as you are, right? But yeah, I take a lot too. I agree with that. I think it's something you need to work up to. I don't recommend anybody just like dive into a pool of Seamoss and start chowing away. But you know what I mean? You shouldn't be afraid. You listen to your body. You know what I mean?
Yep. And I mean, like, you know, one thing I think, like, out there watching this, it all goes back to that problem that you solve for yourself, and then helping the same problem. Because Seamoss is a tool, a vehicle. You know, it's a vehicle to help you get to where you're going. Like, yep. and like how I try to tell everybody, here's where it's the big discrepancy. Like, customers who have like this huge expectation on, and then they get let down, and it's easy to go back and blame it. Like, oh, I didn't lose my weight, or I didn't do this. And it's like, guys, like, the vehicle, it's a vehicle. It's not the main course. It's a vehicle to help you maximize your lifestyle. And it's like, you know, just understanding what it is that you would help aid you to your response. Because if you is product for whatever that nutritional goal is that you're looking to maximize, a big assist in that. Like, you know, it could be a big assist in weight loss because of the low, it's the low sugar and the no sugar, the low carbs. There's a lot of good things in it that can vehicle for a lot of different things. And you know, and that's the biggest understanding I just want people to have. You can use this for many different things. It's just about understanding what problems that you want to help other people solve in their lifestyle. You know, you know. So it's just like, just keep. You know, I'm encouraging everybody to figure out for them to be able to use it for. You know, do your research. You know, go out there and search for, you know, what makes this sea vegetable so awesome. You know, just go out there and self out there and figure out, like, what is it you want to use this product for. Is just understanding what you want to use it for, but because it can be used for so many things. Like, if I tell you use it for so many different things in my lifestyle, and I have a use for that, you know. So it's like, you know, everybody just maximize that product for.
Hey, what's up, XOX Wellness? It's just, they're saying hi there. But yeah, definitely you need to know what, you know, I mean, an area, like, if you want to get into the businesses, you want to get what area you want to help people into, and don't always just follow the herd. You know what I mean? Like, everybody's doing gels. Like, you were smart. You went into the different stuff with, like, the fiber stuff with the pills and the teas and stuff like that. I mean, I know you still do the gels, but your main focus is kind of, and I feel the powders is really where it goes. Like, when you look at all this stuff with the supplements and stuff down here, like that's what people are like. I don't know. A gel is too complicated. There's too much friction. Do you know what I mean? And you're introduced with the pills and stuff. There's a longer shelf life. So I'm curious to see when this switch is going to happen, where people are going to switch from, you know, consuming the gel to consuming the powders. And I think that while the fruit gels are going to stick around, plain gels and stuff are going, like, most people will stop taking the gels and switch over to powders eventually. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
I think there's always going to be a space for that gel, man. Like, cause like even though like no matter like, cause I take a lot of the supplements. You know, I got here that I take with my Seamoss, but the gels still have heart. No matter how far away I try to run away from, like, you know, as far, and I'm talking about the business, you know, that consumption wise, like that gel just different effect than taking the powder, in my opinion. I take the gel, it's right to the moon, right here. You know, it in there. You know, as far as like the powder for me, it has more of a delay. You know, like it's almost like it's almost dropping like flood of the energy and other. You know, you get the nutrient dense still, but as far as like that immediate effect of how it would never. There's nothing that's ever been able to replace that immediate. You know, like personally, and, you know, one of the things that I've been focused on like year and a half, even when I've been growing my business, is like working with my customers for them to actually use it in a lifestyle. Because I like people are getting this product and they're not really maximizing it, or really of all the areas of how they can maximize this one product. And that's what you were saying earlier, like, you know, just the education on it, you know, a change. You know, I personally believe Seamoss, then you really missing out on just a lot of great. It's like I said, it's changed my life drastically from my energy, just how I'm able to maximize my day, my brain function. We you know, being, you know, I'm vegan, and this plays a great way for it's a great vegan gelatin, great thickening agent. You know, it's played up me in transitioning into being more health conscious. You know, I needed that like a lot of ingredients that I make from my bread I do in my daily, where I don't want to consume things that have in it, because we really don't realize how much stuff we consume have animal space where we don't deal with animal products. So then it's like, damn, like, face, and started using Seamoss. It was like a big gap filler for a lot of use that didn't have animal products, you know.
Yeah.
So, you know, like I said, it all depends on what you want to use it for. It's just a lot of ways that you can literally maximize this. My thing is that I just want people to understand, because I ain't gonna hold y'all up too long, because I got a couple of stuff I got to do, is that don't be so naive, open to understanding the basics of this sea vegetable. Like, at the end of vegetables, and we have sea vegetables, and sea has a reputation to be way more nutrient dense than so getting a part of, like, seeing a lot of different other seaweeds that's along the family of Seamoss, or it could be classified area of Seamoss. So it's like, if you're trying to just get out there to get more items, Seamoss is a great way to start. You know, it has a lot of, we use collagen. The collagen is the biggest that we use in our body. You know, we use collagen connective tissues. We use it for
magnesium. It's huge. That's what I'm learning.
Yeah,
the building blocks.
Yeah, it's an essential amino acid, and we put all these words on these proteins, meaning that there's like when we say, like, when people are like, well, where do you get your proteins from? And I'm like, dude, like, there's proteins everywhere. It's just a great sea vegetable. It's super nutrient dense. You get a ton of calcium. You're going to get your iodines, and another thing is that you're going to get your rich sea. It's a fiber rich sea vegetable, and these are all things that's going to be allowing your body to have optimal health. So if you're ever wondering for, those are three things right there. The fiber, collagen, and iodine. Just get out there and start using. Huh?
Yeah. I'm learning that the fiber is huge. Like, in all this stuff, we have a lot of people coming in and buying different fibers and stuff like that to help. Like, even just taking waste out of their body requires a lot of fiber and stuff.
Yeah, like, I try to teach people about what, like how imperishable really is to the body. Fiber has our body from remove the job of fiber is to remove toxins from the blood. The role that fiber allows the body to do is absorb minerals from, and because we use food as a source of energy, the sugars and stuff. And when we start ingesting something like sea moss that's nutrient dense and packed with a lot of fiber and these acids, we tend to start seeing our body break down molecules, absorb it more, and also remove toxins out of our blood. Like, that's the main role of fiber, toxins, and absorb minerals from the food. And being that a low fiber diet, you're going to see more people, more susceptible to disease. You're going to see more people have liver disease. You're going to see more people have a deficiency in fiber. And even in America, huh?
No, that was me. Like my sound.
Yeah, like 95 to this field, and I was just advising a lot of people to use. I'm like, yo, if you're an American, the statistics already show, and this is just 85% of Americans are fiber deficient. And
yes,
and that's a lot. Like, that's a lot of people, like, fiber deficient. So it's like, even if you just wanted to use sea moss with a fiber, giving yourself a better chance to remove toxins out of your blood daily. Just in sea moss. So, just get moss, man. Like, just trust the process. Give it a long. Just watch it do what it do. Watch it aid in your lifestyle. That's just my recommendation. Get out there and ask questions about it. To that, whoever you're going to get your sea moss from, questions, so that way you have a better understanding on how natural it's coming from where it's being sourced to where consuming. Get out there and ask those questions. But outside of that, with great quality sea moss, don't be shy to experience businesses. That's my message for anybody. Get out there, get you some sea moss, and just watch it work. Watch it work for your lifestyle.
And put the time in it.
Yeah, put the time in. Yeah, put that time in.
Because I see a lot of people, they're not putting the time in, and then they're getting discouraged because they're not seeing results. And it's like, bro, like, you need to work this if you really want to make money.
Yeah. Even on the business side, like, I'm actually actually, you know what's funny is like I'm going to do a master course in probably about 2 weeks on e-commerce, how to start and grow your business. And I had a long debate because at first I was like, you know, because like I really nutritional side of things, but I was like, there's a lot of people that I one-on-one that don't realize the magnitude as a community, how they could change the outreach of someone by just taking faith on what they transformation they had in Seamoss. I think a lot of people are discouraged by the magnitude of some of these bigger companies and they don't have a chance, but it's like y'all are, you know, there's a lot of, I believe that if they stepped up and was transparent, a lot of people will adapt to what was working for them, you know. That you know how many people would love to just, you may not think is that big, but you know what I mean, like there's a lot of people that would love to have that in Seamoss if we went out there and was just being transparent with them. So, you know, I'm people to step up and be that industry leader in their small community, regardless of how your start is. Don't be discouraged by the magnitude of, or if you're looking at some of these larger businesses, like don't be discouraged. Like really start in your community with this product and change lives. You know, I just want everybody that's watching is you know, I hope you find some type of inspiration. I can do this too, because this space is growing, continue to grow, and everybody has the ability to get in and have something that can have great results. And get out there, be proactive, man. Like, do not be discouraged. Stick with it. Give yourself here, and just see what can happen. Share your results, because like I inform people about it. You know, because I personally believe that knowing and knowing could be the difference between a fortune and not. You know, it's not you. It's more me informing you about this product, because that's the difference, taking off from whatever that goal is that you're looking to have. You know, so get out there, be some industry, you know, get out there and start. You know, anybody that's watching this, get out there, you know, you can start with a pound of Seamoss today. You know, whip you up some money. You know, don't be discouraged by anything. Get out.
At the end of the day, it comes down to your effort. You put enough effort behind this, you're going to be successful. Yep. I have not seen one person put huge amount of effort and not have you know what I mean, been seen results from it. You mean, those that don't see results usually give up before you know, what I would say, they stop 3 feet short of gold. You know, they're just about to get that cusp, and then they you know, they give up. But my experience from running businesses and starting businesses, it takes 3 to 6 months before of consistent effort before you should see any result. Yeah. So if you've been doing it for 6 months and you're going at it hard, like 6 hours a day, every day, all the time, pushing it, finding new ways of, and it doesn't work, then I could sit there and say, okay, yeah, all right, maybe you need to throw in the towel, right? But if you haven't done that, like if you're putting in, you know, 5 hours on the weekend and this and this and that, like it's going to take you years before you build the momentum that's required to really sort of, you know what I mean, break some, to earn some profit in this business.
Definitely.
Oh, he says get into gummies, Look at apple cider vinegar gummies. These be as popular, if not, bro. Those cider vinegar gummies, insane. Like we sell so much of this shit. Like he's right. I should even start my own cider vinegar gummy line because they come like people come in and they'll spend $60 on these these apple cider gummies. You know what I mean? And
Yeah,
it's like they go right to that thing.
A lot of people I had like somebody I just smoked some Seamoss gummies for my kid. I was like, wow. Like a lot of people like the gummy.
Mm-hmm. But I think people got to do some research on the gummies because one thing I've noticed, no one knows where some of these gummies are really coming from.
I don't.
Like there's some that are being mass produced where you're kind of like, you know what I mean? I'm actually in talks with a gummy manufacturer who reached out to me about sourcing. They wanted to get some Seamoss powder to work in to work a formula. Dude, they wanted me to get a quote of I think 1,500 kilograms of Seamoss powder for a show run. Like that's a lot of Seamoss. You know what I mean?
I'm telling you, it is.
Yeah. Exo Wellness is here. Check Amazon, then Alibaba. You'll see the same labels. That's true. I had a couple buddies that told me that there's a lot of people that are third-partying their gummies from these guys, and that's how they're getting them to last a long time and shit like that. And there's a lot of ingredients in there that some people would not take them if they known that those ingredients are in there. So I don't know. I teach his own, but I wouldn't. I'm thinking about if I had the money. You know what I mean? I probably would invest and do a wholesale line of gummies and sell them to other people and be like, okay, these gummies, I went to the manufacturer, I made sure that they're this, I made sure that they're that, and everything else, you know? Because that's another thing. It's like how much Seamoss is in these gummies? 10%, 15%, 2%, you know? Are you there, Kirby, or did you freeze? Kirby, move your head. I think he froze. He froze. There's like a moment he just paused there. I was like, what happened? Yo. I can't see your video. Oh, I can't see your video. Made in America on the labels in China. So true. I'm gonna send you a request. And more to City Moss, man. I didn't realize you're still there watching, bro. You're back. You there? Kirby. No, he's frozen. Frozen in time. The glitch. You know, I think it might even... Well, maybe it's not my computer. But I'm just looking at my Wi-Fi. It's not at its strongest signal. Yeah, so I don't know. I'll go back and talk to these guys, see if I can maybe work a good deal, because I could see us doing really well in a gummies, especially if we made it available. And that's the thing. If I did it, I would definitely make it available in bulk, because I would like these guys. I think you have to order like 16 million gummies in order for them to kind of do a custom run for you or whatever, you know what I mean? But you can get them in different flavors or something like that. But like 16 million gummies, it's like, you know, I think it's like 500 bottles or something like that. Ridiculous. Like it's it's quite a bit. What's up, McBride? I see they're all looking dapper. And Maria, haven't seen you in a while. Maria, I have a health food store. You have to come check it out.
What's going on, man?
I'm there, bro. I'm there. I was just talking to Kirby earlier. We were getting into the
really?
yeah.
I wanted to call him too. I just got a little late, so I'm a little late.
We were talking about the gummies and the how everybody's low key doing the pirated gummies.
Oh, hey, I was just talking to somebody else about the gummies the other day too. And I won't say too much about the gummies.
Yeah.
I'm not really a fan of gummies. I like gummies for kids, but now you just gotta look at what's in the gummies.
Well,
that's the biggest thing. Like most of, I don't. You know what? This is the thing. The people that are making gummies at the house, I'm all for it.
Mm-hmm.
When you're going to buy these gummies from somebody,
Mm-hmm.
as far as a major corporation, that's when you might want to look into what you purchase.
Yeah, I agree. Because it's not easy to just come out with them. You know what I mean? But I've been thinking low key I might reach out to a couple, because I've had a couple of them reach out to me, and I could see us doing well with the product if we made sure that all the ticks were crossed off. You know what I mean?
That's the biggest thing. Like, I think whoever makes a seriously gummy that vegan really kind of takes the in-home situation and scales it, I think it's perfect. Yeah, but I just wouldn't order from these other people that you don't really know what's going on. And that's hard too, because most of the people that actually have good prices on gummies, you really don't know what's in them.
No. That's what you gotta wonder, you know what I mean, about what the deal is. And when I'm beginning,
the ones that taste good though, like I've had gummies, but they just didn't taste the right way,
mm-hmm.
you know. And I'm not sure. Like I've dealt with agar a couple times, and I don't mind it. But it's a little bit harder to deal with.
But I also believe, and I think you agree with me, is that like, unless this person, whoever they're selling, unless they've got like 20,000 bottles of thing, they're using someone else's gummy. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like
right.
it's not easy to produce your own gummy unless you're making it at home.
That's why I always say the smaller scale, where you're actually doing maybe about 5 bottles, maybe 5 to 10 bottles daily. You might spend about a good hour to 2 hours on it.
Oh, you're working with the goalie manufacturers, bro. Please, can you reach out to me? We have to talk. So, have you heard of those goalie guys?
Yeah, I like goalie. Goalie's an excellent company.
They're like the number one. Like we were talking about apple cider vinegar. That is like at the health food store. That's like one of our biggest selling products. Like so many people come in for these goalie fairies.
That's at every herb shop.
Yeah.
Goalie is number one. That apple cider vinegar capsule or gummy is number one. So yeah, I actually that's a company that is really good as far as with their products. I would just look at I would definitely go with that route. That's a really good look. Was that XOXO Wellness? That's a wonderful look for you, bro.
Yeah.
Congratulations on that too.
Yeah. No, definitely. Shit. Yeah.
What else been going on, man?
Not much, bro. Just been working at the health food store, and he says my partner is Howie Mandel's son. He was present with me at the meeting. Nice. Wicked. Well, I wish I know that like it's picking up. Like ever since Alexio was on Shark Tank, people are starting to raise eyebrows at this stuff. So things are moving quickly.
It's gradual. pickup. Definitely a wonderful gradual pickup.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. So yeah, I just been working at the store and really kind of like getting into learning about how the things work there and shit like that. And then I think in the next couple of weeks as I transition in, I'm probably going to spend more time on figuring out ways to increase the business there. And what do you say? I met a guy before that, but yeah, that was something nice. But yeah, I'm gonna do that, and then just gonna work on I guess what I'm gonna try to probably do is like everything I'm learning from the store, like corporate wise, business wise, I'm gonna start moving it over to the Seamoss, and creating more systems, so then I can start Shark Tank, Kevin Hart and Cuban, the guy's main objective is getting his product shelf stable. Yes. Yeah, he's got a machine now that's going to do that. I think he said it's going to add like 3 months to the product and let him put it on the shelves for 3 months. This is going to be a game changer.
Yeah, that's a big game changer.
Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? So
it's good times right now, man. Like really good times right now.
Yeah, well, and that's why in some ways I'm trying to make sure that we're in a position so that as these people want to get in the business and grow, we can grow with these guys. And sort of, because they're going to need someone that they can trust and someone that understands the product that they're looking for. You know what I mean? And the different grades and stuff. Yeah, I'll check out your site, XO.
Yeah, I'm definitely checking out your site as soon as I leave. Matter of fact, I got my other phone somewhere.
But yeah, so it's gonna get big, man. That's there's no doubt about it. What have you been cooking up? What new, you know what I mean?
I got all these dang products, so I just now started to really tap into the content. Like I'm really, my content is kind of picked up a little bit, so I kind of got a lot of content that I need to get out.
Mm-hmm.
That's really what I've been working on, just seeing what works and what doesn't work. I'm gonna start. You know how long I've been saying I've learned to run Facebook ads? I still haven't.
Yeah. I started strong, and then I kind of like burned through a lot of budget because I didn't spend the time to really strategize. I just thought all my old ads would work again, and they didn't.
Well, I was experimenting a little bit more, just with the conjures. So that took like 2 weeks out.
Uh-huh.
So I experimented with the conjures for a little bit, and because I don't know if I told you. I think we had the conversation where I actually purchased some powder from another company, and just to test it out to see, you know what I'm saying. And I'm gonna say this now, but I'm gonna wait to say this. Is that I make 32 ounces out of 1 ounce of powder.
Yeah.
I'm 2 ounces of gel out of 1 ounce of powder. That's with my powder. So with these other powders, I've actually did 2 others. So both of them, we both know they're major companies, but I can't get the same ratio.
I wonder why. I wonder if it's the Seamoss they're using.
My thing, I think, is that they're not dehydrating the powder.
Yeah.
So they're doing a natural dry. With the natural dry, what I've kind of felt is a little bit stickier. And so that's why I felt like they weren't completely drying it out, like we are dehydrating it to a point where you're just eating nothing but Seamoss weight. So I think that's maybe the biggest thing. And since mine is so, it's like a dope game.
Mm-hmm.
Like our shit is like 98%
here.
Compared to theirs, which is maybe 80.
Yeah, it probably. And that's what I'm wondering is if it's the Seamoss, because even depending on the Seamoss, they garbage in, garbage out. You know what I mean? If you're using garbage Seamoss, then
Well, I don't think it may not be that, because I actually have 3 different kinds of Seamoss powder. And the other company I got the Seamoss powder from, I know, and it actually has the same type of texture to it. So that's when I kind of realized, okay, so we're dehydrating it.
Yeah.
And so what they're doing, they're actually sun drying it. And when they're sun drying, they're just sun drying it to a certain point to where it's actually dried. And then they put it through at that time. And then they put it through the grinder, but it's still powdery, but it's
maybe it's even the grinder that they're using.
Yeah, it may be the grinder. I'm not sure, because what kind of gets me is that when it's a little sticky, that means that it's kind of still wet. That's wet work.
Yeah.
Like that's from previous situations that I know that.
Yeah, just experience.
Yeah, previous experiences tell me that if you get something that's a little bit wet, then it sticks a little bit more. You can actually put it in and perform a little bit better. I won't go into more of that, but I'm just saying that.
Oh shit! Did I lose my leg? What's up, wellness?
Hey, how's it going?
I'm there.
I can hear you and see you. I'm in the backyard. Are you having a smoke?
Yes. I always like to have a smoke. It's a long day, you know.
I'm not hiding, man. I'm doing myself. But,
hey, it's legal. It's legal in Canada.
it's legal.
Yeah.
Because everything's legal. Breathing air is legal. Fuck. No matter where I grew up in West Dublin, it's a pretty interesting place. Anyway, I'm in LA, but as you can probably see from my handle, we own a CBD business, XOX. We own hemp farms and stuff here in California. But with the restrictions on mainstream traffic and stuff like that, we have big influencers do big videos and promotions for us for that. But the next big thing is to me is the Seamoss, because by pure coincidence, I met a guy at an Indian grocery store in LA here a few months ago, and he was pitching his product, and he mentioned the word Irish, and I'm Irish, so I was like, he piqued my interest, and I used to go to India a lot as well, so I speak some Hindi, so I was just chatting to the guy, and anyway, we hit it off.
Nice.
And had some meetings, and I found out a lot more about the Seamoss, but for me or for us to do we need him a product that we can ship and it doesn't go bad. He's got his stuff in stores and stuff, but it's perishable. Gel, it goes off, right? So it's like we can't deal with that because of the lawsuits and shit.
Yeah. You don't want the shit.
We homed in on the gummies. Like, the company we went to, it's phenomenal, the size of it and stuff like that, but they're massive. So we it was $20,000 for the research and development for them. Even, but they hook us up because they know, Howie Mandel's connections are and stuff like that. So they're quite keen to do. So we have a sample and it's viable now. It's just waiting for 30 days to sit in there. They have this special room where they make sure the gummy's gonna be viable. And but we had some samples, and taste wise it's great. They're legit. They're pure. Because I couldn't even supply the Seamoss through my connections from St. Lucian. My wife's actually from St. Lucia, although she was raised in England. But so because they want kosher, Seamoss, it's all types. They're pretty. Everything is above board and legit. They make for goalie. Their facility is like 450,000 square feet. So it's pretty impressive. So anyway, we're trying to work on our own gummy, and I'm just messing around on the. I don't do much on Instagram and I've seen you were live and thought I would.
Come in and join.
Crush your party,
Yeah, no. This is what I do. You know what I mean? We have open discussions with everybody about Seamoss. So the Seamoss you're going to be using, I guess, is going to be from Ireland. It's going to be Irish moss, right?
No, it's not actually. It's because they sourced it out themselves, this company, because they wanted kosher. They wanted to know everything. Because I have connections. It's going to come from St. Lucia. but they wouldn't. They couldn't do anything. I get them some powder, but they need to be kosher. I mean, how difficult, it's like.
How do you make kosher sea moss?
Kosher.
So does a rabbi pray over it or something?
But basically, it's vegan. God, I mean, the thing is, like all those concerns that you guys were just talking about is like our concern because you will see these people are talking about promoting this fairly shortly. We're working a whole new brand for this, separate to the CBD thing. We have to keep it separate, which will, it will help us a lot because there's no restrictions on main strongers doing, influencers pushing it, not afraid of losing their accounts and stuff.
Yeah.
Which they are with CBD. So, but I mean, you can go on that one page I have there, go onto the main page, and I can add you on there or whatever, and so you'll know that it's I am who I say I am.
Oh yeah.
But, yeah, we're just getting into Seamoss,
Yeah. No, that's awesome. I'm looking.
I do have a question for you because I did hear you say that you were actually a CBD company. Have you ever thought about trying to incorporate or infuse CBD with Seamoss instead of putting CBD in Seamoss, put Seamoss into CBD?
Well, I mean, I think they're in powder form. They would both just blend together with isolate on full spectrum.
Exactly. That's exactly what I wanted to talk to you about because I've talked to a few people in regards to this. I make a lot of powder, and so that's really what I'm kind of into. So that's what I've been kind of looking into. Like, okay, can I come up with a company that we can go ahead and try to see?
Are you based in the States or where? Yeah. You are. So there's no problem with shipping. Well, you can ship it anywhere. But, well, like I say, we invest in farms and stuff like that. So you can see how he's son on there with videos on there, and you can see the yacht video. They have like a $20 million yacht down there. They did a big promotion video for us for the CBD stuff and all that. But a lot of they have massive connections. They own a PR company and stuff with all the celebs and everybody else. But I mean, the bottom line, a lot of influencers were scared because that's their bread and butter, So their accounts, it's still not quite there. You can't buy mainstream Google advertising, or because of the BS, So.
It's a tough business.
The reason why you couldn't just mix them together, infuse it, or do full spectrum, whatever. I mean, we have our own kind of extraction people, wellness people that do that for us. But we just invested in hemp farms, So a few years ago when we were popping with it,
Nice. No, it's a hard space to be in. I have a friend. He doesn't own the company anymore, but he started a company making CBD drinks. And they got bought out by, I think it was Chum. But I remember he was like the first one in the market with a water-soluble CBD drink. And
that was a big thing. That was a big hurdle to get over, the water-soluble one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, definitely. Good information. I got to look at your website. And I'll be out in California next month, so I definitely.
Well, let me know. I live in Calabasas in the valley part of LA, but I'm not far from like Hollywood. It's a 15-minute drive or 15 minutes to Malibu, wherever. But yeah, I've no problem. We have. I don't know if you know what Air One is, market, but we're setting up a lot of different meetings with different people that are like store owners and stuff like big kind of Whole Foods and all of that. But I really want to do a lot of online and basically help different people because there's no skin off my nose, to be honest with you. And everybody that's doing something to get the, to get it out there just helps a lot, right? So,
yeah.
You make money along the way. I mean, at the end of the day, you can, your voice is a lot louder when you got money, right?
Yeah, of course, my talks always.
Yeah. You can be low and they still hear you.
I'm gonna be right back.
Better when you're fucking banging them, but yeah, it's I don't know. So yeah, the gummy thing is something that we've been working on for a few months now. So I believe we have a viable one. It's a 250 milligram strawberry, and it's fully vegan, kosher, organic, all of that. So it's and we have that kind of security, knowing that the manufacturers here in Southern California are massive, and they make for a big company like Goldie, so they're not going to mess around. There's a lot of paperwork involved.
Well, I figured that if gummy large scale that were going to be kosher would be coming from California. You just got to look at the marijuana industry and gummies and things of that nature. That they have all the necessary equipment out there to.
Oh yeah, obviously I know a lot of people in that game.
It actually, when I was talking about getting to the gummy game, I talked to somebody that was in that arena, and because I wanted to use their gummy machine. I was like, hey, you guys got extra gummy machines that you're not using? I experiment to see if I can create a gummy, and where I had to go was California.
Yeah, I think it's difficult to there was a lot of, and they're a big company. We met with their whole kind of like lab technician guys and all that. It's a bunch of them, and just getting the taste right and all that, because it's quite it was difficult to get what they did in the end, because we were trying to get a much higher milligram, but it's just the highest we could get was 250. So all these companies that you're seeing saying 3,000 and all that on these Chinese labels is just bullshit. I don't know how they're listed on Amazon. To be honest with you, it's like I was had a big account on Amazon at one point. I own a liquidation company out here, but I mean, it's like they're blatantly there on the top of the pages selling gummies that have made in America, and all you got to do is go Alibaba and type in Seamoss gummies, and you're going to see the exact same product with made in America on Alibaba. It'll blow your mind, It's like,
what you really have to look at is you look at the addresses to a lot of these companies. A lot of these companies they're in Washington State or someplace like that. And when you start looking at companies that are in Washington State, just Google it, and you'll see that just a rundown.
Oh no! It's funny you say that, because I actually did one just coincidence, just out of curiosity when we were first looking at supplies. I wouldn't ever buy it from China. There's just too many
Red flags.
Too many red flags there. It's like everything from shipping to quality, mainly quality, and what's going into the actual product is scary, because people are eating these things. So it's not you're messing. You're really
can't take the chances.
Gotta be careful and do things properly, because deliver yourself.
Yeah, they're getting smarter with it. Like right now, what they're doing, instead of having their companies in China, they're actually just buying like postal accounts here and saying that their businesses are here, and they're setting up businesses here that are, now they can say made in America, because they have an office here, and that's that fine line that you have to start watching out for, especially like you said, them saying you can't get 3,000 milligrams of in a little gummy.
It's not possible. It's not possible. The gummy would be the size of a cake. It'd be a fucking brownie.
You're truly talking, because it's like a scoop of powder.
Yeah, it's like what the.
Yeah.
It's not difficult to work it out, because it's 600 milligrams in a capsule of powder, right? Of like a capsule, so you're up with 6 of them,
So that's why we say that the gummies are typically made generally for kids.
Yeah. But I mean, gummies are like, for me, it was like I would never afford it, but they're. Obviously we have CBD gummy, but there's huge money in gummy. It was blows my mind. When I start getting into this, and people, I know some companies on the East Coast that make gummies as well, but they're basically like dusting them with powder. They're not actually properly making them. They're like dusting them, So
dusting them with the powder is pretty much just kind of like coating.
Yeah, they're getting like Haribo, and you can tell that because they're like multicolored gummies, like in Haribo and stuff. And there's no way they would have the machinery, because these gummy machines cost a lot. There's no way they're making different flavors of Seamoss, because it's just not right. It's not right now, it's just not, So
when you at the machines that you make gummies with are expensive, man.
They're huge.
Have those all like they don't really understand the process it takes really on a major scale to create gummies.
No, it's not like you're doing little mold things and all of that, but I mean, with those, there's making them, the people that make them at home and all of that's fair enough, but there's no shelf life to them, and then that's an issue, So.
And then a lot of them are actually using gel and they're not using powder form.
Yeah. No, exactly. Yeah, it's
That's crazy.
Yeah. So
you know what? I actually wanted to talk about that with people that are, and give a heads up. I'll probably go on the Seamoss Buyer Club and say something. If you're making soaps, especially soaps that are actually you're making it with gel, like you're gonna have issues after a month, actually, because especially if you're making a soap, the all natural soap that you have to let sit for like a month or 2 months, hold up. Especially if you're using gel, it's like you can't mix gel, water, and all that stuff, and I think that's not gonna hold up unless you're using a preservative, and which may work, but you might use radish root for the preservative to give it a long shelf life, but still, it's not gonna. It's gonna give it a little bit longer shelf life, but rather just use powder and not worry about it.
Yeah, I think that's our thinking as well, because we looked into it, and shipping requires all types of.
Oh no, it'd be impossible to ship like gel to make gummies with. That'd be crazy.
I don't even know why you would even.
Yeah.
I don't know why you would make like that. Doesn't you're melting down gel to. But what it is, and that's another thing that we have to start looking at is that we know that. Do we really have to put Seamoss in these? Because isn't agar Seamoss?
But it's an extract of the Seamoss, so it's not all of the Seamoss. It's not like they put.
So you're doubling up on like what you're doing is saying we got an extract in it. So my whole the reason why I say that is like, do you really need the agar?
Maybe. Because maybe to get the same level of agar, you have to put more Seamoss than you need to put.
I'm waiting for our spec sheet to come over anyway. It's just we just run a group chat thing for with the VP of sales development. He's they really give us the red carpet treatment down there just because of the connection. But I'm waiting for our spec sheet, so no problem sharing that with you guys. So we'll know exactly what's in it. But that's
that's a good. Because I always thought if you just made them with the Brassiolaria, then take out the extra step of putting the agar in, and just now you may be able to get more Seamoss as far as in it, and so you may be able to increase it to like 4 grams, maybe.
How many grams do you say?
Maybe 400 milligrams if you take out the agar. And
possibly, yeah. I think they tried because we were looking and we were trying for like 700, but it's like it just doesn't work. It just does. So if they're saying it does, it doesn't. Even that. I talked to many people in the space, but I talked to that guy, Meek, Meek, the husband of Charmaine from the Tattoo Black Ink, they're Amos, who he is. They're from Chicago. So yeah, they're planning to move out here. I talked to him, but their gummies have 40 milligrams. So at 250, we have a pretty potent gummy because it's legit 250 milligrams. It's not like making gummies with like gel to me would be like be probably next to zero.
That's
Mhm.
why
There will be nothing there if it's made from gel, right? You're talking from powder because powder is condensed, right?
More concentrated.
really
Concentrated, rather, yeah.
Because what they're doing is like they'll just put a scoop of gel in, start mixing in. But when you just put a scoop of gel in, that means you really don't know how much you're getting because you don't know how concentrated the gel is as well.
Yeah.
You kind of tell exactly what you're going to get out of each one.
Well, I mean, you're going to just increase the dosage to people. I mean, who wants to eat 2 gummies anyway? Tell them, like, you know.
Into a whole other different. I say, make it like a fruit snack.
Yeah, just have a. I mean, our gummies are non-descriptive. They don't look like a bear. They just look like a, you know, like a blob type thing. You know, like they don't look like they look like you're eating something specific, not like a bear. So, like some of those Seamoss companies, they're actually selling the candy that looks like bears. I mean, it's like, and you know that's not legit.
Exactly. Yeah, I always say, man, just like I always say this, even with the gel, it's like take out, like we're actually making gel so where it's real strong. So they only have to take 2 tablespoons a day. But why don't you just make it to where it's more fruit and less gel, and they can just devour it in like a day or 2 days, and then come back quicker. Same way I look at the gummies. Like, why don't we just say, okay, well, let's make a all natural, nice gummy, and in a pack, you may get 1,200 milligrams in a whole pack, but the whole pack has about 12 to 14 gummies.
Mm.
Yeah, or do the regular 16, just increase the the quantity, because I think convenience wise, people just tell them have 4 gummies a day. You know, it's like, what are you gonna do with 2?
Yeah, you're gonna want to have 4.
Yeah, like I want to eat it like a fruit snack.
They're not weed. It's not like.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, the more they eat, the more they're gonna buy, right?
Yeah.
That's the reason why I want it like a fruit snack. I'm like, okay, I can tell you 12. I can tell you a thing of 12 of them, and really charge you, because the only thing you're really just adding a little bit of extra Seamoss in there. Right. So, and then just adding the extras, and like just think you charge about $3.99 per pack. Yeah,
I mean, it's like you don't want to be overly expensive on these things, but make them affordable, right? So, but definitely, I have no problem sharing the pie, because to me it's like getting the info out is more than anything. That's it. I don't like coming in out of these chats or anything like that. Don't get me wrong. This was the first time I've been live on this thing. Believe me, just we're doing our initial kind of. I am. The rest of them will be purely doing coming to meetings and doing the promotions and stuff like that. So. Mm-hmm. Getting the traffic. We did a keto-friendly cereal for a girl. I don't know how many followers she has, 700,000 or something. But we actually did a CBD keto-friendly cereal for her to promote stuff like that. But that's pretty niche there, right?
Yeah, I've never heard of a keto-friendly cereal with CBD in it.
CBD one, yeah.
Yeah.
It's on the. I think Howie's actually on that page, on the video. He's on the yacht tasting it. But we developed that just for her. But we have connections with massive influencers and stuff like that. I actually want to get in touch with.
You're breaking up.
And stuff like. Sorry. At the back of a mountain. I want to get to Winnie Harlow. That's who I want to get to.
Winnie Harlow? I've never heard of Winnie Harlow.
Oliver, she owns K Skin. She's that model. All of her product is Seamoss based. She's got like 10 million followers.
Well, I was gonna say there's a lot of Seamoss and different cosmetics.
Yeah, she's. Google her, you'll see. I'm gonna make that my.
You're talking about Matt. Now I really know what you're talking about.
Yeah,
Yeah, she's been. Yeah, she's actually from Canada.
She's Canadian.
Oh, yeah?
I believe she lives in California, but my goal is to hers. One of the goals, because her brand is purely all her in Carolina. And
it's funny that you said that. I did not know that. I actually have. I know some that kind of are connected. I didn't never.
Oh, there you go.
I'm like, and I'm like, are you serious? And when you said Winnie Harlow, I'm like, I didn't think you were talking about the same person. Because
you know the model. She has Pelagio or something. Is it called something? I don't know. But yeah, you know, she's mad famous. You know that.
Yeah, exactly.
So yeah, all her brand is Seamoss. I had no idea. I checked it the other day. Yeah, she is Canadian, but I believe she lives in LA. She's dates some big football guy or something. I don't know much about your sports out here.
I'm just Googling her now. No, I've never seen her.
I'm gonna go and grab some.
Her skin looks nice in the photos.
Yeah, she's it. Like, if you're ever looking for a model, that's who you're looking for.
A who? A model?
Like, if you're looking for a model, if you said you wanted an influencer for your Seamoss,
Yeah,
she's definitely one.
She's a good link.
Yeah, that's a good look.
Yeah, man. Well, the industry's huge. You know what I mean? And there's just so many different areas that.
I started realizing the industry's huge when my mom started naming off companies that had Seamoss.
Yeah.
She's like, oh, Curls has Seamoss. You ever go to Target? You see? I'm like, what? She's like, yeah. And so that's when she started really getting into it. And she started asking me questions. Like, I'm like, yeah. I said, I've been doing this for 2 years. You ain't never asked me a question. Now you see me in Curls, and now you're like, okay, so what is it?
Yeah.
Intrigued after that.
Yeah.
Like,
so this piece of Liberty City made some fermented Seamoss by mistake.
There's mosquitoes out here.
How did you do that?
Yeah, I was gonna say, how do you do it by mistake? You know what I mean?
How do you do it by mistake?
You forgot about it.
There's a silver laptop there. I got you before.
Oh, Rio. I was trying to figure out. I was like, that's Rio.
Oh, what's up, Rio?
No, it's yours.
Let me see if I can get him to come.
How do I?
Rio. I have an ad coming out soon, and you're gonna love it. It's pretty much based off what we were talking about, even with with doing Seamoss as far as with your skin. I had a lady that she did a video for me. Man, that video is so good. That video is so good. But yeah, she actually made a Seamoss gel for like a little face mask. And the funny thing was when she made, I'm like, Rio.
Is it what? No, it's on the counter thing. Yeah.
Yes. Oh, he left. I think he must.
Yeah, I think we tried to fix his phone. But yeah, he had some good information. That's like I never knew.
No. What's up, Yusuf?
Chilling.
Is you in the house?
Huh?
Is you in the house?
Yeah, that's the first time you see him in a house.
I'm about to screenshot this.
This.
Okay, I screenshot it. Never been no house, bro.
Yeah. What do you mean? But it ain't nothing in there. I'm moving right now. It's in one of my drawers.
Hey, Exo Wellness, meet our good friend Yusuf here. This is a rare occasion that we see him in his house.
Oh, how you doing? Chilling. Chilling, me too. Well, chilling, roasting. 100 degrees out here.
Oh, it's still hot out. But
Yeah, it's ridiculous. It's too much.
I had to put a jacket on. It's too cool out here in Canada.
Shit. I miss Ireland for that reason.
Yeah.
The four seasons. I lived in London for a long time as well. I was a real estate developer out there for many years.
Oh, nice.
you done tapped into Julien?
Yeah, I work in real estate. So I
You work
do.
in real estate?
Yeah, I do real estate in Toronto. I'm a licensed realtor, and then I'm also getting into real estate in St. Lucia. So I'm looking at developing some properties down there.
So where you bought the store at, in Canada or St. Lucian?
Canada. So it's in a town called Richmond Hill. It's just north of Toronto, like maybe like 20 minutes, half an hour, but it's on the main street, which is called Yonge Street. So it's a good location. It's like right on a corner in a plaza. It's like about 2,000 square feet. It's got fully staffed with all the staff is like super knowledgeable. Like there's a holistic doctor. So one of the staff can basically like prescribe you medicines like on a whole or not holistic, homeopathic. Yeah. So there's a whole homeopathic industry that they're expert at, and then there's a certified nutritionist, and then we have a personal trainer. So all three of them kind of lend the different information for like when the people come in there that it's like a highly like you come there to learn. So I'm learning a lot there. It's really good. And yeah, we sell supplements and proteins and low carb foods, keto shit.
Seamoss too now, right?
Yeah, now we're gonna start Seamoss, but you know,
That's it.
nobody there knows anything about Seamoss at all. Like it's crazy. I have to do like I might even have to do like information events or something like that because it's like a very loyal. He's got like a customer database of like 10,000 people, and they're all kind of like loyal repeat people. He's been in business for like 33 years.
Yeah, that
Mm-hmm.
33 years, repeat customers.
Yeah,
Shit,
33 years, repeat customers. Average order is probably like anywhere from like 150, like $200 Canadian. And then, yeah. So we do that.
Real good.
Yeah, the only thing that sucks about the business is it does about $1 million Canadian sales, but there's no online presence. Yeah.
Oh, there's no online presence. Okay.
Yeah, it looks like we lost Ricky.
You gonna change it and put like an online presence to it?
Yeah. So we have a website, and I'm gonna just basically have to direct more traffic to the website. So in the next few months, I'll be like sending, just doing Google AdWords, Google ads, and a lot of Facebook ads, but more about like identifying people that are in the area. It's going to be like highly targeted to the local, Well, I guess I should do it outside, but I don't want to go more outside, say Ontario or Canada at first until I start establishing proper audiences, because you could easily, I think in this, it's not like Seamoss where there's there's so many different supplement places and third party, you know what I mean? Like these ones that are just online, and they probably have a great numbers and sales and stuff like that. So I want to sort of market ourselves more as like we're this business that knows what we're doing, and you know what I mean? We have good like expertise and that kind of shit, and so you can order it online if you don't feel like going to the store, but you know what I mean, you'll still likely be in the area where you could reach the store. You have to, like, we have some people that drive like 2.5 hours just to come and get the shit from our store, You know what I mean? And like the staff, oh my god, I have to do so much to keep these guys. I beg them every day. I say, please don't ever go, because like it's so funny. So the story we have going is I'm the new guy. Like I'm not telling anybody I'm the owner, right? Because the owner has been running this business for so long, right? So the first thing everybody says to me when they say, "Oh, you're here," you're not replacing anybody, are you?
Oh, they don't know you the owner.
Yeah, they don't know I'm the owner. I'm not telling them I'm the owner. Fuck that. They're gonna take one look at me like, "You're the owner?" Hell no. No, I'm kidding.
I want to show y'all real quick.
Yes, Rio.
All right, cool. What's up? I mean, what's poppin', Yusuf?
Yeah.
What's up, man? All right, cool. Look. All right, this is fermented, man. I had this, and this is Seamoss, right? And guess what? I had this from January. Well, I gave it to somebody in January, and then they just had it in that. Well, and the concoction. This is just like it's berries. I don't remember which berries are in it, but it's a whole bunch of different berries. And I went to their house basically to see if they ate it, and I gave it to them. Basically, it was an experiment. So I experimented. I gave it to them for free. So when I got it back, I just wanted to see how long it's gonna last for, and it started to ferment. And yeah, man, it smells. It has a vinegar smell to it. It smells like vinegar.
The man making pickle Seamoss.
Or I got disconnected on the live. I don't know what just happened there. Let's see if these guys come back. That sucks. I think I had too much going on. People on the channel, not on the channel. What's up, Lashana? What's up, Reginald? We're not on Clubhouse. I don't know if you're still there. I'm also on Instagram if you guys want to reach me on there. I'm able to see the comments a little bit better. Let's see if these guys come back. I was just talking to Yusuf, Rio, and Ricky was trying to get back on. I don't know what happened there. Evil Facebook. Evil Meta. Yo. Yeah.
It paused. I don't know what happened.
Yeah, Instagram just crashed, bro. Yeah, and I was trying to get rid of not trying to get rid of, I was trying to remove Exo Wellness because he wasn't there, and I was gonna add Ricky. But then it just crashed. And it just bombed. But maybe these guys will come back. I find that it's somewhat glitchy,
Yeah.
This Instagram join. So we'll see if they can come back. So how long you been at home for?
I'm gonna check that book out because I might have it or I might not.
Mm-hmm.
That book that you showed me earlier.
I'm pretty sure I got it from that PDF drive site that you gave me.
Because I damn near downloaded the whole website.
So much they kick you off.
Yeah. After a while, you gotta wait I think 2 days or something.
Yeah, I was gonna say if you download too much. So
you gotta do a membership.
Yeah. So Rio, you're drinking pickled Seamoss.
Man, but for real though, I can't lie to you. If it's lasting for what month we in? We in August, right?
Yeah.
It lasted So look, it's from January to August, and it's still good. I'm still alive. I took a bite of it. Y'all seen it?
That's sauerkraut moss.
You're live for now. Don't die on us during the live.
Nah,
when water come out both ends, something wrong.
I can't, but I haven't taken a bite of that in like some months. That's the first time I did it.
So how's it taste? Ugh.
It made my tongue tingle a lot. My tongue was just tingling.
It's all the bacteria and all the probiotics. Whoa.
Man, y'all playing. And it's purple. And it looks like it's not
that ain't gonna be the only thing tingling
Yeah.
That ain't be the only thing.
Oh shit.
Gonna start balling.
Oh shit. Look,
all right, this is the purple one, right? That's purple Seamoss. But look how close it looked to purple Seamoss. Pickle, you could, yeah. And it's gold. It's gold Seamoss that was made with this one.
So, refrigerator.
Yeah, that's the secret to it, I think. I don't know. I'm trying to figure. It has no mold. It hasn't. It had a little bit. Go ahead.
Okay, this what you do. You ever heard of Synergy before? I think that's a company. They make kombucha.
Yeah, I'm there with you, bro. Come on, let's go. Keep on going.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
So that'll be a quicker way to ferment stuff. What you do is pour that out, and the residue at the bottom, you can mix it with other teas and everything else, and you can ferment like that. You don't need nothing else but the residue from that drink. Or you can pour that whole drink out. Put tea in that bottle. You don't have to wash it out or nothing. Just pull the stuff out and then fill it up with something that you want to ferment. Sit on a counter, it's going to ferment.
All right, cool. So basically what I'm just using like basically the probiotics inside of it left over. We're about to lose them. You think it's too much too much going on? Like,
what on the website?
Yeah, like what you think?
I don't know, maybe. Although
every time, that's what I think. I'm about to jump off because I'm listening.
No, I used to have 4 people on this, no problem. It should be fine.
I don't know, bro. Wait, I want to see you somehow.
I just kick him off.
You came in and you slapped them off.
No, man, no.
That's Irish style.
No, because I had 4 people on there before. It's not nothing new.
No talking.
Either way.
I just want to show y'all that though, the pickle Seamoss. But I like that though, pickle Seamoss. We got something going.
Yeah, well, it's fermented. Isn't that like how pickled is? Or is it's kind of like kimchi? You're like kimchi Seamoss.
It is, and look, and I promise that joint got me going, man. It's crazy enough. I don't know if it's hitting me harder, but I'm feeling it. I'm gonna take one more bite, and I'm gonna give y'all the
Don't
results.
die on us. So, sorry, I forgot your name, XO Wellness. I don't know if I ever got your name.
Oh,
James. Yeah. Oh, he left. So that's Rio. It's a friend of ours, right? He comes on the live a lot, and so he's eating fermented Seamoss. Like, so the Seamoss kind of went off. It went sour, and it went all like vinegary like, and so he's eating it.
Oh Lord.
I know. I'm like, this guy's crazy. I'm like, don't die on the live. Like, you start getting like, I don't know, some issue with his belly or something. I don't know.
That's crazy. Who's your other friend that's coming out to LA? I have no issue really up to him, so he knows he's legit, and then you can talk with him and we can progress together, right? So what's his name?
So his name's Ricky McBride. He runs a website called Gold Seamoss. He's one of the bigger Atlanta distributors. He sells like all over North America. I think he's back now, and great guy. Does a lot of like his.
Cool. Well, I mean, he's your connect, so we can.
We're all friends.
To LA, I have no problem being over for him for a.
Bro,
listen. Or something, you know?
Yeah, we're all friends, and this market is huge. it's a massive business.
Oh, I know. I do some serious when I get involved in so. So, what's your name again?
Julien Jean-Pierre. Yeah.
That's actually my brother-in-law's name. He's in London, but
Oh, nice.
when I get on my stepfather, he's originally from Kingston, Jamaica, and my current one, her dad's from St. Lucian, but I got kids here, there, and everywhere. Anyway, Julien, when you come out to LA, let me know, and we'll, if you have time, we can to meet up for a chocolate coffee or something like that, you know?
Okay.
Cousin that's in LA just joined us.
Oh, okay, cool.
What's going on?
Wagwan.
Who's Victoria Smith? Is that your cousin from LA?
No, Joaquin.
Oh, Joaquin. Yo.
Oh, Joaquin. I thought you said Wagwan.
We in here talking about Seamoss, talking about this Seamoss CBD. And he talking about the gummies right now.
Yeah, he's gonna take over the gummy market and do, you know what I mean? He looks like he's gonna do some big moves on it. Like he's spending the time. Yeah, Seamoss CBD. Or COD, Seamoss, no, CBD, not COD.
I bought all those domain names. I gotta use them sooner or later.
Yeah, you guys should link up, and someone's got to do it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
A lot of people have been talking about making the product. Yeah.
Well, for our CBD brand, I think we're going to, because I'm kind of the driving force behind all this. So I have to, my focus now is going to be on Seamoss. I'll add some pet products, CBD, but that would be probably about it, because they're a little bit more lenient on that. But in terms of ad space and stuff, but I think the Seamoss is kind of the direction we want to, give it a go for a year at least and see what the outcome is.
Yeah, it'll be good. You know what I mean? There's
and everything.
There's not a lot of people that know about it. You know what I mean? So it's kind of like you said, you get the influencers.
I'm trying to follow as many people to be as possible as I got some sort of reference to Seamoss and checking out their sites and stuff. I don't really see them carrying gummies and things yet, and I know the reason why, because they're expensive to make unless you find those dodgy stuff. I don't do any of that.
No, they're definitely expensive to make, and you got to know what you're kind of doing.
Yeah, you can't really scale it on your own, So. You can't get into big stores and stuff if you're making it in a little warehouse or a home or wherever.
So, hey, what's up, Miss Smith? You joined us tonight. What would you want to talk about with Seamoss? Oh, she's gone.
She's still there?
Oh no, thing's gone. Maybe there's something tonight where I can only get 3 people on a show or something. That's weird. Well, so
yeah, that's a major thing. That's actually what I've been waiting for my lab results to come back, because I actually did lab results for the powder for pets, so they can give me analysis on how I.
You mean the COA on the isolates? I don't know what you're paying on that, but if you want to DM me and stuff like that, I don't know. Let me know,
Because I want it, I'm really, that's actually what I'm big into right now. I'm trying to test everything right now, as far as just to see the COAs on everything. I got so many powders I have to test, and I got new powders that, new blends I've made that I want to test as well.
Well, that's cool. Yeah. one of our labs is in Nevada. It's they're big. One of the main investors is a guy that owns Chipotle. You know that chain of restaurants, Chipotle. So
Yeah,
they do a lot of extraction over there, and he invested into it heavy. You know.
Oh, nice.
Hey,
So I have a lot of connections there. So.
switching topics real quickly for a second. I don't know if I saw this and I was going crazy on the internet or whatever. Are you guys moving to decriminalize weed on a federal level? Did I hear that correctly?
Oh no, man! You know how they.
That's been in the. Not talking about that for I don't know how many years.
But
it's like we don't even wait for it anymore.
But that vice president chick, I saw a video where she said under the Biden administration, we're going to move to decriminalize marijuana and expunge everybody's record. And I was like, the shit that she was saying, I was like, get out of here. This has got to be some of that deep web shit where they're like, you know what I mean? They fake the person or something like that. Because it was just like, you know.
No, they're not gonna do nothing.
No,
I knew it. I knew it.
No,
I knew it.
They everybody that they trying to keep as many people in the system as they possibly can. Like
it's all those private prisons.
Exactly. Like private prisons is probably one of the biggest industries that you can possibly be in.
And those bail bondsmen.
Like really rich people are flipping their money in private prisons. So that's not going anywhere.
It's like Airbnb.
They make more money.
No, crazy.
And it's that.
Hey, I'm laughing. I have plenty of friends inside. Believe me. Yeah, don't think I'm laughing ignorantly. I come from a pretty funky part.
Yeah.
Just said it right. It's just like an Airbnb.
Heads on beds. It's called.
It operates like an Airbnb, like any hotel. Like they have to fill those beds.
Yeah, it's heads on beds. One of my mentors and best friend I own nursing home companies in England, and that's what he used to say to me. We just have to get heads on beds. They were people's grannies and shit. I was like, fucking hell, man.
That's good money though, nursing homes.
Heads on beds. But yeah. You know, Seamoss has got a lot of, it's got a long way to go. I think it's pretty early, you know, so I feel it is anyway. These guys are not going to put their money up like Kevin Hart and Cuban if they don't see the mileage there, you know.
Exactly.
Yeah, they're yeah.
It's not getting, and we're just now tipping the iceberg of really.
Yeah, I think it's a good time to develop different products for it, you know. So, chocolate and stuff, maybe. I don't know. There's probably everything it'll go into at some point, right?
Yeah.
And really just finding ways to sustain it and get into products and actually, just improving. Like, it'll be in everything soon.
It'll be the newest Cyberry. It'll be like the newest Cyberry. But I think, especially for the Caribbean Seamoss, in order for it to sort of get, like, its biggest problem is that it needs to develop its infrastructure similar to like how it is in Ireland and to other these Asian countries, because like you know, sorry, I forgot your name again. Wellness. It was Jeff. Sorry, James. Sorry, James. So yeah, with James, he can get his Seamoss kosher. Like that is like literally impossible in St. Lucia. Like there's no possible way. But I know from my understanding, it just you really need to just have a facility set up a certain way and have like a rabbi bless the shit and stuff
that's
like that.
Bottom line, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. And it's like that's difficult. That would, you know, we couldn't supply the we wanted to, but we'll revisit that though, because I can kind of you know, if they got the facility because it's already kosher, right?
Yeah.
Raw form. So it's just when they process it into the powder that they want the kosher blessed thingy.
Mm-hmm.
So all of this.
Yeah.
No. That's kind of. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, they just buy new stuff and bless it.
Yeah, I think
They bless it. It's good to go.
They bless it, and they also have to like make sure that the whole facility adheres to their like there's got to be certain things like meat can't touch this or whatever. And if there's no meat, you don't have to worry about it. But it's kind of crazy. I remember when I was a kid growing up, I had a buddy of mine whose dad had a factory producing kosher chickens, and he ran into this. I'll never forget him running into this huge issue because when the chickens apparently have to be blessed before they're dead. And so it ran through a conveyor belt and they would get shocked and stunned. And that's when the rabbi would pray on them. But apparently at some of the chickens, like a small percentage of them were getting like killed by the shock treatment. And so because he blessed on them, he wasn't properly blessing them because they died before he got to bless them. And so this guy was, yeah, like fucking huge commotion, bro. Like lawsuits, and, like his dad was freaking out.
Chicken riot.
Yeah, I'll never forget that. It was like huge calamity. They had to figure out how to like adjust the electric shock.
A friend of mine cut some cheese off a burger one night. He came to one of my parties, and it's like there's the last burger there, and I had cheese on it. I forgot. He's like trying to cut the fucking cheese off. like none of it seeped into the meat.
Yeah, like oh whatever, you know.
I'm laughing, but yeah, I respect everybody's
beliefs
stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
But anyway, that place, that developing, that was one of their requirements. So we let them take care of that side of it. You know?
Yeah. No, I know because
we're happy with the price, bottle label, everything, so we can white label or do whatever, get into the stores, and that's what we're planning on. That's what we're setting up now. It's different meetings, different, stores and stuff like that. And we'll build out a site and get some influencers banging away and blah blah blah.
Yeah, I think you do really well if you like definitely you white label it and you have these influencers come up with their like own proprietary, like their own brand of the same Seamoss. You know, like it's all the same Seamoss gummy, but they're all selling their version of it to their people or whatever.
Yeah, well, if they're big enough, we'll give them their own brand if they're big enough and they want their own brand. But
yeah,
we'll make just a generic brand anyway. I picked up a domain a few weeks ago, so but
of course,
yeah. If they, I mean, if it was Winnie Harlow, she'd have whatever.
Yeah. Well, this is what I'm thinking. If they're big enough influencers, they can drive their own sales. They almost would want to get into like a partnership with you, and you be the guy that's sort of like, the go-to guy when it comes to producing these products. Like one of the things I feel like the industry needs to do in order to like grow proportionately, or exponentially, is that guys like you need to put in the investments to build the sort of like the factories that which all these other brands that are coming out go to be the expert on that particular product. Like everybody can't have their own setup. You know what I mean? There's got to be that one setup that sets everybody else up.
Yeah, well, I think that's why we got in with this. The same manufacturers for goalie. It's a very, very serious operation. Their whole place is like legit. It's huge. They have like thousands of employees and blah blah blah. So it's like, that part is kosher, unintended. Yeah. So let's see. I mean, it's definitely something we're working on. So.
Wicked. Well, I'm excited to see how it goes. You know what I mean? Like I say, all this stuff is good for Seamoss. You know what I mean? Especially like with Alexio, he comes out with that product and proves that he can put a shelf stable gel that does well. There's going to be so many other people willing to rush in and put the investment in. It's not like there's not people that have the money to put it in. It's just people. The industry hasn't been proven.
Like people don't never put in when it first starts. They rather put in like when they start to see the transitioning as far as
chicken wing. Kappa wants to know what I'm eating, so I said chicken wing. I got a bowl of chicken wings of this. Did I ever tell you the story about Victor and how I did
kosher?
Yes, in fact, they are. They're kosher and they're halal.
No, they're not stunned.
Yeah.
Fucking stunned chicken.
Bro, it's so
You know
funny.
how far I have to drive for fried chicken? It's just crazy where I live. It's ridiculous. I have to drive like half an hour to find a fried chicken.
But you're,
my own.
but aren't you all the way in the hills or whatever, the Hollywood Hills and the mountain?
I live in like Calabasas, which is just it's in the valley, so it's about 20 minutes from Hollywood.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it's kind of the hotter part of LA. I have a mountain. Thing, the mountains around the small ones, not, but it's, you know.
Yeah, I used to have a buddy that sold real estate all around there. He sold Ellen. What? Someone said that?
I got so many whatchamacallit stuff right now.
Oh.
I know I'm turning off my laptop because I had like 20 pages going at one time.
Oh.
The fucking FBI on the line. The fuck?
Yeah, I was like, who's listening in? A nice avocado oil hot sauce mix. Nice. I've never really tasted avocado oil. I have it at the store. I gotta start. I'm gonna get all healthy, bro. I think I'm gonna like go to this my whole list that like the staff and get them to like put me on all this shit and just like learn all this stuff. And I'm gonna like, you know what I mean, do like a before and then an after, and then be all like health like. Not that I'm not now, but I take a lot of herbs now and Seamoss. That's what I've been doing. I actually made a what? Were you gonna say, James?
I was gonna say that's good.
Yeah. I should get it and show you. I'll be right back. I made a herb tea blend.
Make some CBD tea bags.
Check this out. I don't know if you guys can see this. Let me turn on the light better. So I made a herb tea blend of lemongrass, sweet bay leaves, vervain, soursop, sassiolata, and cerasee. And
that's big.
Yeah, so I mix just a little bit, like a pinch, into like a cup, and then I drink it out through the day. And it's definitely like for my phlegm and like because I have allergies, right? My family for some reason decided they wanted this particular dog, and I just happen to be allergic to the dog, so I'm always having breathing issues around the house, and so this tea helps a lot.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
I might give it to. I have an 8-month-old Rottweiler puppy here. I might give her some of it. She has allergies.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's always sunny.
Does she have the congestion? This will definitely help with like congestion, but also gives some energy. I mix it also with. Have you ever heard of cola nut?
No, I haven't. What is that?
Cola nut is this like nut. I don't know. They have it in St. Lucian, but they have it like in Africa and stuff. But it's like similar to coffee.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but it's like a natural coffee.
I've never heard of it. I have a lot of African connections and stuff. My family and stuff actually. So both like. My kids' moms for families or moms from Zimbabwe and stuff. I've been all around West Africa before and stuff. You know, been everywhere: Ghana, Accra, Nigeria, Sierra Leone, Namibia, Angola. I've been all over there.
Nice.
Yeah. Travel a lot in the 20s, you know.
Nice. That would be good to. Hey, doggy. That's good to like. You got to go out and kind of like experience the world.
I probably drank it, but I never remember it. I don't know. Or killed some cat, if you know what that is.
Ooh, gat? Yeah. I have people
Yeah.
trying to. Yeah, I have some people that sell me that stuff. No, no,
You have it
no.
here now, do you?
Hmm?
Yeah, interesting.
No, like online, they've tried to like. There's this one guy that was
It's
trying to.
big in India as well, actually.
Yeah,
So,
he was trying to get me to be a reseller for the GAT. I was like, no thanks. Because I think in Canada it's like illegal to import it.
I don't know much about it. I just know it's they use it a lot in India and certain African countries.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's like a heavy stimulant, isn't it?
Yeah, it's like a I don't know what it is. It's like a tobacco type thing, isn't it? Like,
Yeah, they chew it and stuff.
yeah, and it releases something the more you chew.
Mm-hmm.
It's like opium.
Yeah, I think like some guys use it when they go high up in the mountains and shit.
Yeah.
Crazy stuff.
So yeah, I'm kind of like we're at this development stages right now. So talking with you guys right now, it's pretty interesting. But we're at the very here. I haven't been in a live thing like this. So it's like kind of eager to see how it's all gonna pan out. So
Yeah, no.
Especially that, like especially with the goalie, I definitely want to see that.
That's some really exciting stuff that you're doing. You know what I mean? And it's cool to see what other people are like getting into in that space. Like, definitely, if you need to talk to either one of us, like, feel free to reach out offline, or I do this show.
I will for sure. If you don't mind, yeah, that'd be cool. And like I say, you come into LA, let me know. No problem. If you want, if you have time, we can meet up and have no problem sharing connections or vice versa. Whatever you want to do, it's fine.
Well, likewise, and if you ever want to come to St. Lucian, let me know, and I'll fly down and meet you there.
Either you would come anywhere.
Where?
So where? Sorry, where am I now?
You broke up. You said if I ever want to come to where?
St. Lucia.
Oh, you're in St. Lucia?
No, but I go there a lot.
Oh, okay, cool. My father-in-law is from there, actually, believe it or not. He lives in London. He owns a company in Orlando, but he was born in St. Lucia and then went to London and started a business. But I'd love to. I haven't been there. I'd like to visit. I've done a lot of research on it, So I didn't even know, like, growing up in Dublin, the city of Dublin and Ireland. I wasn't even aware of Irish Seamoss until fairly recently, when so I read up on the whole history of that. So it was interesting, As the Irish went through a famine, and a lot of people were living on that, So country people, it's like, it's like 1 million people killed in that famine. That's why there's a lot of Irish here. They all kind of had to get out of the country and come here, So.
No, and that's crazy how they were able to find that and sort of have that sustain them for so long.
Jamaica, a lot of Irish in Jamaica, they love the Guinness, the Irish Guinness. 25% of Jamaican people are Irish heritage, which is the dialect and stuff is very.
Well, that's why they call the sea moss down there Irish moss.
So.
I don't know if you know that, but
you're breaking up. This connection is shit.
Oh no! Can you hear me better?
A little bit. Yeah, I'll just move a little bit.
I was saying that that's why in Jamaica they tend to call the drink Irish moss, because it's from that Irish, heritage.
Yeah. My father-in-law, he was from Kingston. The one he was from. Chappie was his name. He looked like an older Bob Marley. So we grew up with all that in Ireland, with the reggae music and all that. And I know the Legend album backwards. So it's like, it was a big influence, the reggae music and stuff. So actually, there's a festival coming up. They moved to Santa Barbara now, but it's Reggae on the Hill. It's like Ziggy Marley is going to be at it. In November, so I'll make the trip up there. But it used to be not far from where I live in Topanga Canyon here, just close to Malibu,
Cool.
Yeah, so
Reggae on the Hill. That would be lovely.
Reggae on the Hill, yeah, man.
We had this recently thing, and it's like
good shot.
People have been going crazy, called Culture Land or Culture Fest. We had something like that recently.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, but it went bad. Everybody freaked out. It's crazy. Like you sit there and you break down a fence to get into an area you're not supposed to, and when you do that, it causes the whole sound system to come apart. And then you want to blame the promoters for not being prepared, for not keeping you safe. Like, what the hell? Like, you made yourself unsafe. So I'm supposed to make you safe from yourself. I don't understand how people justify things that they do nowadays. I don't know.
You say there's none. Man, people just look for a validation from somebody else. So as long as they got yes people around them, then they're always stuff like that.
Yeah, going on about how they want their money back.
Like, that's what social media is. There's people looking for validation.
That's true. I'm always looking for validation.
Like, I know I'm right. I know I'm right.
Come on, agree with me. Holy shit.
Yeah. I don't want to be famous, so I'll just order people that can have that. I don't want that.
Exactly.
There's not enough hours in the day for it.
No, I know. I wish there's more hours in the day. Jeez, fuck. It seems like fuck, it's never ending. Lemons make it alkaline, which turn it blue.
Even if
I'll be the validator. Yes, I need valid every morning. I think people need to call me and validate me and be like Julien, you have the best Seamoss in the world. Julien, you're the coolest guy ever. I'll be like, thank you. I can go with my day.
It is the
like that
absolute best.
Huh?
sometimes they pick me up.
No, nothing beats a pick me up. You know what I mean? I have some friends where I just call them just to boost them up and remind them who they are so that they can, you need that sometimes to go out, especially from from someone outside your circle or someone that, you know what I mean? Like, is not, because sometimes you tend to have a lot of yes men around you. You know what I mean? So it's like having someone else that is like giving you real information, not trying to just pump your brakes. I'm not sure how yours does the opposite, because when I make the tea, it's blue and lemons make it purple. They're talking about the butterfly tea.
That's why I was looking at butterfly. They were talking about butterfly tea.
Yeah.
This is my first time hearing about butterfly tea, so I'm over here like, I'm about to start looking it up about butterfly tea.
Well, one of the thinking about alkaline, one of the things that I learned from that homeopathic doctor is like, I was talking to her about alkalinity and acids and stuff like that, and she's like, you need a certain amount of acids in your body to properly function and be safe. You know what I mean? Your stomachs need acid. You need acid to be able to conceive. You know what I mean? And so trying to live too much of an alkaline diet, is not the best. It's really about controlling what you're putting in yourself overall. You know what I mean? And she was like, going on about fasting and how that's really more beneficial, having a break and allowing your body to rest between the stuff and absorb the nutrients that has stored up internally is more safer, you know what I mean, for healing than anything. Yeah. That's something I'm going to start doing more is fasting, doing the intermittent fasting and stuff like that. But I do a lot of fasting for prayer and like, you know what I mean, just like meditation and shit.
Great. Go inside.
Too much of anything isn't good for your for you. Correct? Too much alkaline isn't good.
You need balance as far as what you're doing. If you're really going in and saying, okay, I'm gonna cut out it, and your body's gonna shut down.
Mm-hmm.
Your body's not gonna be ready for just, I'm gonna cold turkey everything, and I'm not. We gotta be realistic with ourselves sometimes.
So the Kappa asked me a question, Julien, who do you pray to when you pray? I pray to God. I pray to, I guess, who I would consider the creator, who is control of everything around here. Now, who that is, I have no idea, and I'm not even interested in figuring out. That doesn't matter to me. That's irrelevant. Do you know what I mean? But I know this: he exists, and no one can tell me that he exists. Does exist, because the amount of things that have happened in my life, especially since Seamoss, it's like it's undeniable that there is someone else at greater like that's involved bigger than me. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I can back that up. Growing up in a very strict kind of Catholic thing, but I mean, I think we all have our own personal relationship with God. You don't need to go anywhere for that. So.
No, and that's most important, is to have the relationship first. Like, people get a lot of confused with religion. I personally work in the church.
People
right?
make big money off it.
Yeah, it's a business. Listen,
it is business. Like, there's been a business.
Bree, take that dog in now.
It's been business forever.
It's a business,
okay.
and it's man-made. It's not God-made. God didn't make churches. God didn't make religion. His true purpose was not for us to form religions and do all that stuff. But we do have these churches, and they exist, and I believe that they do, in the right way, they do serve a purpose. You know what I mean? And the main purpose is, one is to teach each other the knowledge in the kingdom of God, and then two, to create an environment where you can work together to help and support each other. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's true.
And I don't think enough churches do that.
A place to hang out.
Yeah.
Okay, what is it? From my studies, I found that he told his name. From what I heard, he told Moses that I am. That's what he is. He says I am. Yeah, it's everything. So,
And then he told his name to Moses. Do you know his real name? No. I think he is. From what I understand, he is what he is, he is to be, or something like that.
Take her in.
But either way, like, you know what I mean? There's just, how do I say it? Like, we will never understand God, so there's no point in trying to understand him. Just worship him, just respect him, and appreciate what he's done for those that he's done stuff to. I don't know. I know this, that I believe in him. I believe that he is giving me stuff to do, like tasks or instructions or whatever. And I feel like that when I've done those stuff, I've been rewarded for doing them. And that's it. Like, he has a plan and a purpose for me. You know what I mean? And a lot of it centers around Seamoss.
okay. I see you. I know exactly what you're talking about, bro. I see exactly what you're saying.
Yeah, I am. He's energy. He's, I don't know.
He's what he is. Okay, so when we kind of look at it this way, it's kind of like how. All right, so I'll ask this question for everybody. So when you actually have a computer, your computer's working, and then next thing you know, you get a message from your computer saying that something's messed up. What is that? Is that a prayer from the computer?
What do you mean, is that a prayer from the computer?
Because what it is giving you a signal. It's saying, hey, there's something wrong. So if you look at it that way, now somebody made a computer. So when the function from the computer says there's something wrong, who are they sending it to? They're sending it to their creator. So we're based just like how a computer is based. And so if you kind of start looking at how computer functions, we function almost in the same exact form.
I agree. That our brain is a giant computer.
It pretty much is exact same mind frame, exact same everything.
Imagine this.
But this is what you have to say though. Is if the exact same function goes, I would say creator goes
with a rabbit hole. Because does our creator have a creator?
That's the question too.
And does that creator have a creator?
Yeah.
And does that creator have a creator? So,
but do we need to know these answers?
Huh?
Do we need to know those answers? Like that's what I say to me.
How far
Just
can your mind take?
Yeah.
The
Who cares?
creator is infinite. The creator created something else, and the creator created something else.
But we don't
it's
need
an infinity when you start talking about creation. Like as far as like we create things every day.
Mm-hmm.
We just don't even recognize that we just created something that actually now is a living entity.
Mm-hmm.
And if they have problems, like if you create a computer, it's going to send you a signal to let you know that it's messed up, and that's what you have to do.
Yeah.
Like our body right now, when you get that thing that says, I need to get something to drink, that's your cells praying to you, telling you, hey, we over here messed up. Now, you know what I'm saying? Now you actually have a cell in your body that may have another cell in it that's from it, that's praying to it. That it's all a chain reaction. And that's what he's saying. It has no beginning, no ending. It's almost too far to even comprehend.
Mm-hmm.
And like that's why they said when you see like you couldn't even fathom what the creator is.
This is what I'm saying. Don't even bother. You blow your mind.
To even kind of go into really thinking about it is just understand it's nothing like you have ever seen, nothing that you will ever feel, nothing of that nature. And
it's beyond our even own natural comprehension.
However, and this is why I say, however, do you want to see it? Like, are you putting yourself in a mind frame like, okay, if I do this, if I'm so pure, am I going to be able to see this?
Mm-hmm.
Like, and that's what that's really what your walk should be. Like, I want to see this. I want to actually be able to get to a point where I won't say it, the feeling, you feel it, you know it's the presence and it's just too far overwhelming. And I think there's actually levels to that.
I've felt that before.
It will reveal itself in different layers to you.
Mm.
Like you'll go through layers to get to that. I don't think anybody will get to that certain point where you fully understand what God really is.
No.
It's deep. It's a rabbit hole. And
I believe that I've felt them before many times. And it happens a lot with me in church. And especially when they're about to bring the word, there's a format with the church. They do this, teaching this, that, and then they'll do the worship, and the attempt is to usher the Holy Ghost and stuff. So there's times where that doesn't happen, but there are times when I can literally feel the energy coming in. And what will happen to me, anytime I feel like I'm being directed by God, or God is communicating with me or whatever, I'll begin to weep and cry like uncontrollably. And it is like, trust me, dude, I'm not someone who really cries easy. I don't hold back my emotions and stuff, but I'll be in church and I will just start, like, I carry a tissue around me and all the time. And so that's how I know when he's really there. Like there's times where they say, oh, the ghost is here, and I'm like, nah, I don't feel shit. But then there's times where it's just like, yeah, he's here. And it's like, it's just this warm, like calm, I can't even bring good, you know what I mean? It's just like beautiful. It's so beautiful. It makes me cry. Do you know what I'm saying? It makes me so happy and so joy. And then I'm so happy that, like, you know what I mean? That I'm in this state or in this mode. You know what I mean? I don't know. It's an experience.
Yeah, I actually agree. The pure in heart shall see the Most High. That's actually the best way you can go.
It's nice. You're at peace. I have a friend of mine. He's a pastor out here. He grew up in Compton, actually, but he has his church up here in the valley now. But he's a really good friend of mine. He did the worship, what's that thing that they do for the kids? He did it, my youngest daughter and stuff. It was pretty nice. But we're we're pretty close friends, but he's very down to earth and stuff like that. And you know, he knows my background and stuff. And basically, he said to me, you know the difference between right and wrong, and that's all that matters. And blah blah blah. It's kind of true, right? You know, it's right and wrong, isn't it? So if you're doing something you know you shouldn't be, then don't do it. You know. That's all mine.
Yeah, that's kind of like what it really comes down to. I think that's kind of what they call living under God's grace. And so when Jesus died for our sins, the point of him doing that was so that we wouldn't have to live under law, which was what they were living under before. And because of that, they had to sacrifice all these animals and do all these rituals and stuff like that to keep themselves clean and holy. But now it's a matter of just, you know what I mean, understanding what's right from wrong and doing, you know, it's like the Holy Spirit speaks to you and tells you what you're doing is wrong. And you know then not to continue doing it, and then you know when you turn away and you believe
you're fooling no one, you know, only yourself. So it's the bottom line.
But I agree with Alicia. Says our goal is to have a personal relationship with them.
Yeah, that's the way it can't be drummed into you.
No,
yeah,
totally agree.
Yeah. And I do go to church sometimes, but obviously the COVID thing put the brakes on that for a while.
But that's crazy. I always thought about that. Like, how could COVID stop you from going to church?
You well, the laws prohibited you, but you know our church
they closed it down, right?
Yeah.
What laws are you under? And then when you really start to like, this is the testing of men.
So
see, this is what people don't understand is the test that you have to understand that they're testing to see who is your
yes like, yes and no.
I don't know how to.
So this I know I know where you're going with this, and I'll say an argument with that because I presented the same thing. I used to have this best friend of mine, this girl Jennifer. She passed away a year ago. She was like sort of like my spiritual advisor. This girl was a Jamaican woman, 69 or so, like staunch Bible, like from day one. And so what she told, because she was upset that our church decided to keep open the church because our pastor was like, God told us to do this and that, right? And so she told me, she said, even Jesus followed the law of the land. Jesus never broke a law.
Okay, so and I understand that, and this is what
she basically said, if Jesus follows the law, I'm going to follow the law. And that's why she wouldn't go to church.
But, okay, so this is my thing. If the law of the land trumps God's law.
I don't know. That's one that you would have to research in the Bible. That's
the question I always have, because that's when you have to say, because if you want to say it like that, like Jesus did follow law pretty much most of the time, but he did have that one instance where he actually kirked out.
I think there was
in front of
the king. Yeah,
flipping things over like that.
Okay, good point. I'll say this for me. I've always believed that I while I am in this world, I don't live in this world. And that I live in a different sort of, like, the way I live my life is completely different than the way most people around me live my life. Like, they think I'm crazy when I do certain things. Do you know what I mean? And it's just, I just don't subscribe to certain rules and regulations, because to me, it's like, I don't believe that these things apply in my situation. I know it sounds crazy the way I say it, but bro, I get away with a lot of stuff where you would be surprised that it's like, wow, how did he get, you know what I mean? My mom.
I wouldn't, because I'm the same way. So. I've been free as a bird since a boy.
Yeah, like, yeah, like I'm the kind of guy, like when I see that little velvet rope, I'll open the rope and move past it. Where everybody's just like, "Oh my God, he touched the rope! How dare he?"
I'll be selling the rope.
Yeah, $2 for $1.
That's the key.
The rope is blessed.
Yeah. The law of the land does not trump natural law. That's a good point.
Yeah. I definitely understand what you're saying. And this is the only thing I had with that situation is that I love the Bible.
Mm-hmm.
However, I understand how it was written and what it was meant for.
Mm-hmm.
Like, a lot of the Bible is meant to control. And so that's...
How? Though, how? Control what?
Okay, so why did they not put other things in the Bible?
No, but answer that question.
Why did they not
No,
put
no,
certain books
no,
in
no,
the Bible?
no, but
Reason
answer...
why, okay, so the thing is that, so if you look at the Old Testament, which is really a story.
Yeah.
The New Testament is pretty much kind of breaking down how you should live from now on.
Yeah.
Now, they didn't put a lot of things in the Bible that didn't go with what the philosophy, what they wanted to bring out to the world. And so they may have said, okay, we're going to block this book because it doesn't go with our main situation, but we'll let this go and we'll let this slide in because we really want to, almost a control situation, which is a religious situation. And that's why religion is so messed up, because it's based upon, let us try to control the population. But give them, see, the thing is, and this is the slippery slope that you deal with, because it's still the Bible.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's still gospels. And so it's still a lot of things that you need to live by. However, you got to understand the underlining on what they were trying to do as far as when they wrote it. And who wrote it. And you always got to look at who the author is. And I'm talking about who actually put together the council to write this situation.
Yeah.
And when you start putting together the council, like, okay, did he have our best interest at heart?
Mm-hmm.
So it doesn't it may be meant to control. However, the Bible words are so profound that it transcends the control sometimes.
But maybe influence, but the control, I don't see that, because in some ways, and I mean, if it's control for the good, because I don't see anything in
not necessarily is somewhat control for the powers that be, because the powers that be there were the ones that wrote it. If it was written by the people, then it may be a different scenario. But when it's written by the people that are controlling you and actually are still in control, because we're actually controlled by the Vatican.
But that's a perceived notion, because you don't have any actual proof that they're actually. It's different if they say we need you to be in at 9 o'clock at night, and you need you to do this and follow a bunch of rules.
If they tell you need to be in at 9 o'clock at night, then what are you going to do? Well,
God's not telling me in the Bible to be at 9 o'clock at night.
But I'm saying the people that are controlling are telling you to be in at 9 o'clock at night. If the Bible, if they put in there that, hey, stuff, actually they still tell you to be in the house before it gets dark. Like, if you actually start really, really looking at it, like, you're supposed to be in the house. You're not supposed to do any work once sun goes down.
But that's work.
I was just going to say that because they didn't know what time it was back then.
And it was dangerous back then. You didn't want to be out at night.
Yeah, you're not supposed to be doing any work when sun goes down. So if that's the case, that you're not supposed to be doing any work before sun goes down, then you start to see the dilemmas that are going on.
Mm-hmm.
Like, now we don't live by that.
Yeah.
But at that time, it would have been a control situation. Like, okay, we want everybody in before it gets dark. But now what happens is that, and what you really have to look at now is that, some of the stuff that was law in the Bible back then, guess what? We're scratching it. Mm-hmm. Because it doesn't go with where we're leading right now.
It's the fear of God. That's an old saying in Ireland. They put the fear of God into you. So ultimately, it's like, that's the, it's an old saying in Ireland. They put the fear of God into you. So it's basically, don't cross God.
That I guess that I can see how they're using God's rules and applying it to how they see fit to kind of control people to say, well, if you're against me, you're against God. Yeah. Yeah.
Someone's gonna say, like, is he speaking Hindi? I speak Hindi.
Yeah, maybe see what he wants to say. He's come on before, but I think he just comes to check us out or something. I forgot. They never really end up talking about Seamoss. They just like looking at us. Hey, what's up, guys?
Like, looking at
I forgot who it was, but when he showed his face, I was like, oh, I know this guy.
He's like looking at us.
You know, they've never seen black people before or something. I don't know.
What the fuck?
How you doing, my friend?
Hi, bro. Hello.
Hi, how you doing?
Hey, man.
Where are you from? Where's he from?
I don't know.
From India.
Oh, Marlon Kia. Hey,
you see, once they start coming with their shirt off, then it's a little creepy.
let me talk to him. Marlon Kia. Hey.
Bharo naam hai, Naidu Ram.
Acha, theek hai.
दांत कैसे काट दिए? Your name?
James. Where in India are you? Delhi?
हाँ. Where are your country?
America.
Canada.
America. Wow.
Land of Seamoss and Trump.
Ah. Yeah.
You like Seamoss?
You say Seamoss?
What?
Moss.
That's interesting.
All right. Well, you know what?
Where in India are you?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
They didn't understand it. I should let go. How do I?
I think they like seeing black people, to be honest with you.
Yeah, but I mean, if they're not going to, there's another one too that's trying to join.
I'm craving a curry now.
Yeah. But I'm gonna say goodbye to them because like we're not talking about Seamoss. This is a Seamoss show.
Like, hey, look at these guys! Look at these guys!
I don't know how to get. I don't know.
I feel like we in a zoo or something.
Oh shit.
Hey, look at.
No, like all their friends are trying to join.
Oh Lord, well there you go.
Hang on a second. Let me see. Oh, here, I'm gonna remove him. There, I got him. I'm gonna say bye.
Yeah, bye.
Yeah, and there's Satya and Sunil.
Like 3 more people.
Yeah, they're just waiting.
Like, hey, I'm about to get on this live too.
Yeah.
I was talking Hindi to them.
Yeah, I thought they were gonna have a full conversation with us. You know what I mean?
No, they looked like they were shook. Like, is he speaking Hindi?
It happens all the time here. I used to go there a lot to India.
Like, did he just say that?
I used to go there a lot to buy marble granite and stuff for a hotel project we did just outside London in my 20s and stuff. So I pick up quite a bit of the language.
That's so wicked. That was so wicked because it was so true. They're like,
and stuff. I'm talking to them here and they're like in shock because the poor things, they don't know. Nobody's speaking to them in their own language. So,
You're right about that.
Yeah. But that was kind of bizarre, right?
Yeah.
Weird kind of way. I was trying to think what You know,
the funny thing is, how many times has that happened before? That's happened like a couple times.
It's happened before. Like that's what I'm saying. I recognized the guy before. He talked to us.
The same guy that came on first.
Yeah, and he didn't talk. And
But
he was
no,
just
last time he came on with his shirt off.
yeah,
he wants you to marry him.
yeah.
That's why I said
No, no, dude. He straight up.
that when it's creepy.
He had his shirt off and he was in his bedroom, and so it was kind of like whoa, whoa.
He was doing what in his bedroom?
He had his shirt off in his bedroom and he was live streaming us.
Oh no, calm down, block him. That's too much. He's definitely on the gap.
Yeah.
No. He's on the wrong thing, man. Tell him there's websites for that.
Yeah, you need to go on Grindr or whatever it's called.
Yeah.
Seamoss.
Yes, back on
somebody asked,
topic.
so what-
Seamoss.
He's gonna come with a big bag of rupees.
Everybody-
10 bin bags of rupees and they'll be worth $50.
Yeah, you come with me, my friend. Oh, bro, some of those guys are the hardest to do business with. I'm
Oh
telling
my
you.
god! Believe me, I had a full security team around me. My business partner mentor was born in Bangladesh. He did his MBA in London, but his brother-in-law in Mumbai was a money lender. So I used to have a few security. Doing business was back then was like everything was paperwork. It was like I had to deal with all the customs and everything.
Yeah.
Filling containers and shipping them back to London and stuff. But it was
Wow.
nothing happened like quickly. So it was months, you know. So I learned to speak the language. It was taking that long. The amount of trips I used to have to make out there was ridiculous. But we got there in the end. You know?
Yep. Okay, looking at that
Yeah.
question, okay, what's the goal to get Seamoss to everybody in the world? How are you going to do this?
We're working on it.
Yeah.
Okay,
We're working on it.
let me say this is probably, I think is going to be the biggest situation is that right now we actually are not coming together to move Seamoss to that next level. There's too much. This is the best Seamoss. This is the best Seamoss. This Seamoss is fake. And when we have to think about it, is that even the worst Seamoss is actually better than 90% of the stuff that we take now put in our body. Let's just be truthful about it. So once we get past the bickering and come together on some love and saying, okay, let's push this love. Let's push this agenda that we have as far as making sure we get everybody healthy and getting everybody on the same mind frame that it doesn't we have Graciolera, Chondrus crispus, Euchina catoni, or any other Seamoss that's coming out that's actually helping and benefiting people that, you know, cheer it. Just say, okay, you got different, you know, respect it. And some people may like the Graciolera better than they like Euchina catoni. That's their preference, you know. But to say that one is better than the other, they're all wonderful for us. And so once we get to that point and say, you know what, let's get on the agenda that we say all Seamoss is good. Everybody come try it.
Yeah,
it's true.
That's the first. And then because you got to understand, energy will transcend it. Right now, the energy is back and forth. And so the energy can't. The
energy is back and forth to India at the moment. I'm gonna make it.
Yeah, the energy's back and forth. So
I can't get that image on my head of that guy in the fuck with his top off. So just
Yeah. So
I got the best Seamoss. Like you ever met a guy selling or girl whatever selling weed, telling you I've got the shittiest weed ever.
Exactly.
Everything they have is the best. It's the best you've ever tried.
And then even with weed, it's just people have their preference on what weed they like the best, and that's the same thing with Seamoss. You're gonna have your preference on what really what works for your body best.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And we all have different bodies, and so we all have different situations that we're trying to deal with our bodies. And maybe Chondrus crispus works best for your body.
Seamoss is like weed.
There's a whole bunch of Chondrus crispus out here. Maybe Graciolera works best for your body. Great. There's a lot of Graciolera out here. Maybe Catoni works best for your body. Just find out.
Now you're speaking a different language. Well, anyway, I'm learning.
This, these guys are still trying to like hit me up on the live stream, trying to like.
It's like Hocus Pocus is a good one.
That's what I'm saying. How many strains of Seamoss? That's the thing. And so when people start talking about this strain is better than this strain, or this strain is better than this strain, no, that's not the case. They're all.
Yeah, I don't know. I just everywhere I meet in the Seamoss business, they it ends up being a whole kind of tutorial thing, and it's like let's just get the word out there that's good for you, you know.
Yeah,
Exactly.
Yeah, because people will just follow trends. I mean, that's just the way it is, you know.
Mhm.
They'll follow trends, and that's it. Really, just keep it simple.
Yeah.
Keep it simple. It's good for you.
Yeah, exactly. It's good for you. Take some.
Yeah, and the information is out there if you want it on the benefits and everything, and basically try it, give it a go, and if it works for you, great, you know. But just the way people are, unfortunately, in the world is like, they're just following one another. So social media is a perfect example of that. They're all following each other. So.
Yeah, well, because they don't know what to do. There's not enough people that understand what it takes to be cool. And
it's true.
No, dead serious.
No, I know that, but it's funny that you say it like that. Like,
no one knows how to be cool anymore. They're all fucking following everybody else.
Yeah.
Is this okay? Am I doing this right?
Let's get back to India. India is waiting.
I'm gonna put out a channel, like an OnlyFans.
Take that guy's video. You never know what's gonna pop up on the
Bro, I'm gonna make.
Oh,
anything can happen.
I'm gonna
be up at 4 o'clock in the morning.
I'm gonna build an OnlyFans account and stream it towards India. Those guys like me. They're still trying to hit us up, bro.
You trying to get rich off the Indian.
Those guys got money.
All right, man. I gotta go, man. I gotta get up at like 4 o'clock in the morning, like a couple hours.
Yeah.
All right, guys. It was great. I really enjoyed it. And let's talk.
Yeah, let's hit up on the back channels. But also, bro, James, anytime you want to come and shoot the shit with us, we do this on Sundays and Wednesdays. I just sit around and talk about Seamoss, but we talk about anything and just joke around. It's a very no, this is very like light act, and
it's been very entertaining. I appreciate it. Thank you guys.
That's what it's supposed to be.
Including me in your segment thing.
Anytime, bro. Thank you for joining us. You know what I mean? Like, we learned a lot. It was great to see the insight of what you're doing.
It's totally random, honestly. That's
always the best.
Listen, that's how God works. You know what I mean?
I know. It's like, I know firsthand your situation, whether you're happy or not. Every day, things can just change just like that. So, whatever way it goes. You just gotta go with the flow, right?
Yeah, for sure. That's what we'll do. So we should call this night because I actually have to start getting up early now too to go open the store. Well, no, I don't have to open the store tomorrow, but my workload is a lot more with the store involved. So, you know what I mean? I should be getting some
That's
rest.
awesome. Good luck with that.
Yeah.
And have a wonderful, great night.
All right, guys. God bless. Speak to you soon.
Yes, it was a pleasure, James. You know what I mean? And I hope we stay in touch. And like anytime you need anything, just give us a
we
shout.
can get on the phone. No problem.
All right, cool.
This is great, but it's a bit choppy.
All right, man. Y'all have a good night.
All right. Bye.
Okay, bye.
Laters, rather.
Yes, later. All right, what a night. I love doing these random nights like this when anything happens. Like, look, we had like India OnlyFans going on. These guys are still trying to message me. I almost want to like answer and be like, what do you guys want? Like, why are you trying to reach out to me? But either way, I'm glad that I hope they enjoyed the show and enjoyed us talking and I hope they learned something about Seamoss. And I hope everybody else learned some stuff about CMOS and like what's going on in the CMOS industry. Look at James here; he's like building a whole industry on the gummies like segment of CMOS. I think he's going to do really well. You know, he looks like he's got a good sort of game plan set up for scaling, which is important. You know what I mean? And I hope like seeing someone like him out in the space encourages you to not be afraid to go and take some bigger risks to push your business to newer heights, you know. And so with that said, I'm gonna, you know, get going. I got to get up for my business tomorrow. And yeah, so make sure you guys, you know, get some rest, study on CMOS, and don't forget to take your CMOS. All right, take care. Oh, I keep forgetting to stop the other videos. I start working and forget that I got the live stream. Oh, I wish I had seen this message earlier, Pat. You just got to Google CMOS, SEAMOSS. You'll find a lot about it. But for now, I'm going to get going. Thank you guys for watching. You guys have a good night. Take care.